Hi, welcome to this course. This course is about building a responsive website using HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript and Bootstrap framework. You have come to the right course for learning web design and web development skills. My name is Irfan Dayan and I would be your instructor throughout this entire course. In this course, you will learn how to design and build a modern looking website step by step by using latest web technologies like HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript and Bootstrap framework. You will not only learn how to write the code, you will see the whole web development process cycle from design to finished product. In the web design section, I will teach you some of the important aspects of web design like wireframing, user experience and user interface, choosing the right web colors, icons and images. And I will also discuss web layouts and web typography. In HTML5 section, I will teach you the basic of HTML5 and we will also discuss some important elements of HTML5. In this section, you will get started with HTML5 markup language. Then I will introduce you CSS3. I will show you how to write CSS cascading style sheet for HTML elements and you will start adding styling to a web elements. In JavaScript section, I will give you very basic idea about JavaScript language so you can get familiar with JavaScript. After that, I will introduce you jQuery, which is the most popular JavaScript library. I will show you how to use jQuery library and you will be amazed by jQuery effects. We will be using Bootstrap framework in this course, which is the most popular responsive framework on this planet. I will teach you how to use Bootstrap grid system and I will show you how to add different Bootstrap components to your project. Bootstrap framework will make the life very easy for a web developer. And then by combining all these technologies, we will together build a beautiful and modern looking website like this, which will look great on all the small and wide screens. By the end of this course, you will have a great skill set which will include HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap framework. I am very thankful and excited for you for joining me on this journey. Let us start straight this journey together. Hi, welcome to the very first lecture for web design guidelines. In this lecture, I am going to give you a little startup for web design because it is difficult to cover all aspects of web design in a single course. So what web design is? Web design is a process of planning and creation of a whole website. The term web design is normally used to describe the front end of a website, which is mainly related to styling and page layouts, including text and images. The term web design and web development is often used interchangeably. And technically, web design is a subset of broader category of web development. Web design elements include wireframing, user experience, web design layouts, graphic design, site structure, navigation, typography, colors, icons, and etc. I will try to cover most of them during this course. Web design is divided into two parts, front end and back end. As I mentioned before, the term web design is normally used to describe the front end of a website. So, front end is what user sees, which includes look and feel of a website. Front end developer normally use technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to design the front end of a website. Backend is basically how the site works. It refers to the part which user don't see. Lot of time backend is classified as web programming. Nowadays, the web design is totally changed. It looks more attractive, user-friendly, and different type of web designs are there. And the major improvement is the responsiveness of web design. So it is better to always get inspiration to new web design layouts. Well, web design needs careful thinking and planning, and most important thing is knowing the website audience. Before we move forward, I would like you to download the resource file which is attached with this course, because in the next chapter I am going to cover wireframing, so you might need some resources for that. See you in next lecture. Thanks. In this lecture you are going to know about the most important aspect of web design, which is wireframing. Wireframing is basically a visual guide for clients, which represents skeleton of a website or a web page. It really helps the client to see how the website is going to look like. If you look at this example, it is a simple wireframe for a website. It really makes it easy to place each element using wireframing. You can define the location of any element easily. Do you see how logo, menu, slider, and buy now button are placed on a web page? Wireframing is a very important step in any web design process. It defines the information hierarchy of web design by making it very easy to plan the layout of any web design. Let us see a practical example of wireframing. Okay, there are several online wireframing tools available on the internet, but the best in my opinion is Balsamiq. Let us create a simple wireframe. This is a browser window. This is our logo. Let me find menu bar. Align it to the middle of logo. I need a big background image. I think I have to check inside media. Yes, that's it. This is a very great tool and very easy to use. You can find almost every element of web design here. For example, like progress bar, street map, horizontal slider. Okay, I need few buttons here on this background image. One another. Okay, I also need one another logo on this background image because this part will be the sticky menu. Right in the middle of this background image. Fine, looks good now. I need image of iPhone. Where can I find? I think here it is. And finally, I will need paragraph. Fine, that's it. This is a wireframe for the header part of a website. Did you see how easy it is? Let me show you the real website for this wireframe. Okay, here it is. You see the logo, the buttons, and the sticky menu. It is very easy to wireframe a website and show it to your clients. They can either approve it or they can either ask for changes. So you can easily make changes in your wireframe, and when the wireframe is confirmed, then you can convert it into a real website. I have added several links to resource file for wireframing tools. So have a look at resource file for wireframing section. That is for wireframing. Next lecture is about user experience, which is also a very important element of web design. So don't miss it. In this lecture, I am going to give you a brief about UI and UX design. UI and UX design play very major role in any web design. UI stands for user interface. You can think of it a visual design for any product or website. It is a tool and point of interaction for users. UI is the part of UX design. UX stands for user experience. It is how a person feels when he uses the product. UX is about what does your target audience and visitor feel. What do they do based on how they feel when they come to a website? UX is the process of enhancing user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, marketing, performance, and utility. Let us apply it to a website. This is a button which is an element of a website. It is just one element. Elements like these make an interface on screen, which is UI. Now, let us see where the UX is. UX designer is responsible to solve and answer these questions. It is the responsibility of UX designer to think very carefully about the user interaction with a product. As you can see the user interaction with sign up free button, and you can see the user interaction with logo button. If you are interested in reading about UI and UX design, I have added some links to the book in resource file. You can check them. I think it is good enough about user interface and user experience, UI and UX. I just wanted to give you an idea about them. In next lecture, you are going to learn about typography, which is another very important element of web design. See you in next lecture. Hi, welcome to the very important lecture, which is about typography. Typography is very essential aspect of any good web design. This step should be thought very carefully. By definition, typography is art of designing letter, words, paragraph, and how they interact with each other. It basically refers to the use of fonts for web pages. Typography has a huge impact on multiple aspects of the website, including readability, mood, article length, user experience, and much more. It can literally make or break the final product and can be the difference between being successful or not. It is absolutely essential that designers know and understand the different principles of typography for creating a pleasing design. In my opinion, there are 5 basic principles to be considered while working on typography for a website. Choosing the font is a very important step in a web design process. A web designer must need to carefully choose the right font for a web page. And yes, it takes too much time. There are 2 types of fonts, serif and sans serif. Let us discuss the difference between them. Serif fonts are the ones with the extra bits on the end of the letters. These extra bits are actually called serifs. And sans serif fonts are the ones without the extra bits. I will show you later in this lecture how you can choose some good fonts. If you are a beginner, you should not choose fonts more than 2 for a website. To determine the size of your text, you must consider the purpose. What is it for? Who is its audience? If you want your text to be scanned easily, make it large and less effort for the eyes. I recommend setting text type at 14 to 16 pixels. The third one and very important principle is line height. Basically, line height controls the amount of space between lines of text. If the line height is too tight or too loose, it will create difficulties for user while reading. A good rule of thumb is to set the line height at approximately 150% of text size. For example, if the text size is 14 pixel, then the line height should be 21 pixel, which is about 150 pixel of the text size. Aligning the text properly organizes the content for readers, and it really helps to read the content smoothly. It creates a great visual interest for users when alignment is done very well. And finally, the readability of your content must be considered after applying the best typography. You should sit back and see the readability carefully. Okay, let me show you how you can choose some good fonts online, as I promised in the beginning of this lecture. Google Fonts are the best online resource on the internet. It is very easy to embed Google Fonts in any web project. As you can see list of free fonts. You can sort it by popularity or by trending. You can filter it for serif or sans serif like this filter. Let me search for a font, railway. Add it to collection. You can see style of this font like normal, italic, medium, semi-bold. It is very easy to add this font to your web project. You have to just copy this link to your head section of your website, and then you have to use the CSS set rule for font family. My second best resource for the fonts is Font Squirrel. You can find free fonts here too. It is also a very great website for providing fonts. Almost free. I have added links to these resources in the resource file, and I recommend you to visit these websites while choosing your fonts. So these tools are my best resources for fonts. So have a look at them. Now let me show you some amazing tool for choosing a good typography. Golden Ratio Typography Calculator. This is the best one. I mostly use it. Let us experiment with it. If you enter font size of 14, it will give you some good recommendation. You can see recommended line height, content width, and character per length. You can see the live preview here on this page. It is a very amazing tool. You must give it a try while choosing your typography, because it gives you some great measurements for line height, for content width. The second one is Grid Lover. It is also a very great online tool. It makes use of base grid. Do you see this grid? This is called base grid. By using this base grid, you can align your content very beautifully. You can change your font size, you can play around with it, and it will give you some great measurements for your CSS, for your typography, like line height 1.5 em. It gives some great measurements for your headings, for your paragraph, for your user lists, and much more. Here you can see the full preview of your typography. It is a very great tool. You must experiment with it while working on your typography. Okay, well, it was quite a big lecture, and I hope you didn't get bored. See you in next lecture. Thanks. In this lecture, I am going to give you a brief about web colors, and I will show you how to choose a pleasing color scheme. By Wikipedia definition, web colors are colors used to display web elements on a web page, and methods for describing and specifying colors. It is very important to choose a good color combination for a web design. If you choose a good color combination, then user would not be distracted, and they are more likely to stay on your web page. Computer screen display colors by combining red, green, and blue. In web, color can be specified in RGB and hexadecimal format. With HTML, RGB color values can be specified using this formula. RGB, red, green, blue. Each parameter red, green, and blue define the intensity of the color between 0 and 255. RGB values can also be specified using hexadecimal color values. Choosing the right color is very difficult task, but if you follow some guidelines, you can get the right color scheme. While choosing the color, a designer should keep in mind the style of business. The look and feel of website should be in sync with color scheme. When it comes to the number of colors used in a web design, the saying less is more is a good rule to follow. Too many colors on a website look unprofessional. When choosing web design colors and pairing them together, think about how the readability will appear to all visitors. Certain colors look very different on the web than on a computer. That is because the various browsers register colors a bit differently, and color may vary between PC and Mac and on different mobile devices. Depending on the screen resolution, to avoid any issue, use Web Smart Colors. These are colors that will display consistently across all monitors and operating system. I think the best way to find a good color scheme for your web project is playing and practicing the colors. There are some online tools available which really help to find the appropriate color scheme for your project. Let me show you some of them. Okay, the Adobe Color tool is the best online tool for choosing a good color palette. You can play with this color wheel and it will generate appropriate color scheme for you. There are different color rules. You can choose any of them, but the best way to choose from already existing color palette. You can explore the already existing color palette here. You can see number of pre-existing color palettes. You can get detail of each color palette. You can read comments of other designer and developer and can get better idea about color palettes. It is a very great tool. You must give it a try while choosing the color scheme for your project. You can edit the color also. Here you can find the hexadecimal and RGB value of each color. For example, if you are looking for a corporate color scheme, it will give you some best color palettes for corporate business. You can see it here. For example, this one. You can also save it to your library. You can play around with this wheel, or you can get these hexadecimal values for each color. This is a very good tool. Play around with it while choosing your color scheme. There are some other online resources like this one. Check my colors. In this you have to enter the URL and it will give you the colors for this URL. And also this one, Lighten. It has also a wheel, color wheel. Color lovers and call RD. I have added all of these resource links to the resource file. Please go ahead and check them. That's it for this lecture. See you next lecture. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this lecture, Web Icons. Design is all about communication. It doesn't matter how important or exciting the information on a web page is, if you fail to hook your visitors. When initially looking at a website, most users will first scan the page for visually interesting content, and only after something grabs their attention, then they will actually begin reading. The primary goal of using icons should be to help the user to absorb and process information more efficiently. This is usually done by using a lot of white space and using icons that do not distract user from the content. Icons are mostly used to support content in a web design, and they really helps to flow the content. It is very effective way to draw user attention into the content of a website. Now the question is where and how the icons should be used. Icons in conjunction with feature list will make users more engaging on a web page. Icons are a visual invitation to users to try out the latest and greatest feature of a web application. Icons should capture user attention and should direct them to the new feature. It can be used to list products on a web page. Listing services is a practical and necessary part of effective marketing. So it is best practice to use icons for listing services. Look at this example. This is the feature list of an app. You see how icons are used for each feature. Each icon represents clearly the feature of a product. You don't have to worry about icons in this course. There are a lot of free web-safe icons available online. I have added some links to the resource file. Next lecture is about images for web. See you in next lecture. In this lecture, I am going to discuss importance of web images and will discuss some ideas to be kept in mind while using images for website. It is very important to know why images are so important for a business website and the impact of image on the visitor of that website. Images should be used for a particular purpose in any website. If there is no purpose, then images should not be used. There must be some benefit if you want to use any image. Like, does the image show your product and service very well? It should help user to understand the point what you are trying to make. And it would be a good idea if your image leave or make some emotional appeal to your visitors. The image should clearly convey some message. And yes, your message should be related to your brand. Irrelevant images to your brand would not work. Let us discuss some guidelines while choosing images for a website. The first one is to choose the relevant image for your business website. If you are in the rent-a-car business, obviously images related to rent-a-car business should be picked. I mean, you need to know your niche and select the images accordingly. The second is to make right choice of effective images. It will increase the appeal of the product or service. It should not be blurred. It should leave an impact on the consumer, and visitors should be able to relate it with your product and should convey the right message. Placement of images is very important in a web design. The image should be clearly placed, that it is physically close to the text that refers to it. This point is really easy to understand. Size and resolution of an image is one of the all points to be kept in mind. Images speak 1,000 words. And if the image is blurred or the size is so adjusted that it is not leaving a good impact on the viewer, your entire efforts will go down. Adding titles to images is a step that will lead to great results. Firstly, this way you provide search engines and screen readers relevant information about the image, letting them effectively index and relate images to internet searches. Optimizing the web images is very important step. The average web page is 1.28 MB. 61.5% of that is attributed to images. So it is highly recommended to optimize the image for web. I have added links to several online tools for image optimization in resource file. They are great. Go ahead and check them. That's it for this lecture. See you in next lecture. Hi, welcome to this lecture, White Spacing for Web Design. White spacing is very important element in any web design. There are many ways of explaining what white space is, but to explain it in a simple way is, white space is an empty space in any web layout. White space is the spacing between different elements which contains nothing. White space is really important to web design because you can use it to improve readability and website performance. A good way to deliver an enjoyable user experience on the web is to understand more about white spacing and how it can be used to create a simple, nice and elegant design. You can see on this page how beautifully white space are used, and because of white space this web page look nice, simple and clean. Web designers need to develop layouts that are easy on the eyes and that make people want to keep reading. As a designer, I have always believed that white space is the fundamental building block of any good design. If used well and correctly, it gives many advantages to a website. It increases content readability. When users are on your website, they should be able to see where they are going and should keep reading. White space between paragraphs and around blocks of text and images actually helps visitors understand what they are reading and makes to a better user experience overall. White space really guides users on a web page and provide great flow of a web page. Visitors are always in a hurry when browsing through sites, and having a good amount of white space will increase interaction by preventing distraction. By using white space, a great balance can be created in a web page. The key is to balance your design and let white space act as a great tool to separate junk of content for easy accessibility and improved user experience. White space separates unrelated element in a design. It can be used to separate images, graphics from each other and improves overall visual layout. The use of proper white space clears the communication. Let us take this as an example. On the left side you can see there is no white space used, and between content of a website it is difficult to read and it doesn't look nice and clean. Now on the right side you can see how clean it looks and very easy to read and understand. That is because of white spacing. Now look at the home page of Google. Google makes a huge white spacing. You can see this all is called white spacing. This is the example I also show you in the beginning of this lecture. You can see how beautifully the white space is created. This all is white spaces, and because of this white space this site looks nice, simple and clean. Okay, that's it for white spacing. See you in next lecture. Hi, welcome to this lecture, Getting Inspiration for Web Design. It is always a good practice to look for new web design and layouts. In this lecture I am going to show you the best places where I get inspiration for web design. The best one is Theme Forest. It is basically a digital market and you can find and explore different type of web templates like WordPress, HTML and PSD. These templates are designed based on latest web standards. You can get idea from these web designs for typography, for images and much more. You should explore these templates because this is a very great market and I frequently visit these websites for web design layouts. Here are some of the templates. Do you see how beautifully they are designed? You can get idea about white spacing, layout and much more. The second best resource is Dribble. Here you can also explore different type of design and you can leave and add comments to this design. This is also a great resource. The third one is Behance. This one, Behance. It is almost similar to Dribble. Here you can also look for new web layouts and design. Okay, these are my best inspiration and I frequently visit these websites. And I just wanted to give you an idea about where you can get inspiration. Well, see you in next lecture. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this new section. Before you start coding, you need a code editor. There are a lot of code editors available online, but you have to choose the best one for your project. Let me show you some of the best code editors for front-end development. The first one is Notepad++. I have been using it for a long time. It has a lot of features like syntax highlighting, auto-completion, and much more. It is totally free text editor. You can download it easily. If you are a beginner, then it is the best text editor for you. The second one is Sublime Text Editor. It is very sophisticated text editor. It is not free and would cost you $70. The third one is Brackets Editor, which is an open source code editor. It is totally free and my best choice. It is for both beginners and professional developers. You will see me using this code editor throughout this course. It has a lot of extension available which you can install and which will make your life easy as a developer. So let us download it through this button. Well, I have already downloaded it, so let me show you its interface. This is the interface or Brackets editor. Once you install it, you will see this interface. On the left side, you can open folder and your projects, and you can explore your files. In the middle, you will write the code, the markup for your web page, and on the right side you will see all installed extensions, and if you like, you can install new extension through this extension manager. You can look for new extensions. So this is the extension manager. You will see all of your installed extension, and you can also look for some new extension here. It is a very amazing editor and I highly recommend it to you. In next lecture, you will start learning about HTML5, and along the way we will start building small business web page. So you can get started. See you there. HTML is the very first skill to learn for developing a website. It is used to make the basic structure of any web page. In this section, I will cover what is HTML and very basic of HTML like syntax, elements and attributes. So you can get started. Now, what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is not a programming language. HTML markup language describes web pages. It can be used to create web pages. It is very easy to learn. I think any person with basic computer knowledge can learn HTML. Since the original HTML was invented over 20 years ago, it has been gone through many updates, and nowadays the latest version is HTML5, and it is always best practice to use latest version of any language, and therefore we will make use of HTML5 language in this course. As I mentioned before, HTML is a markup language, and markup language is a set of markup tags. Basically, HTML tags are keywords surrounded by angle brackets. HTML elements are written with starting tag and with an ending tag, with the content in the between these starting and ending tags. HTML document is made up of HTML elements like predefined paragraph, h-defined heading. Throughout this course, we will be using different HTML elements for different content. HTML attributes provide additional information about HTML elements. Like you can see, href attribute is used to define link for an anchor tag. Similarly, you can see attributes for image tag. Now you have got an idea about HTML tags. In the coming lectures, we will be building this simple small business web page. It is very simple web page we will be building together, and it will give you a startup for this big responsive project which we will build together in coming section. Thanks. Before we start coding our small business web page, let me show you a basic structure of HTML5 document. The very first thing you will see is doc type declaration. It defines the document type. Either the document is old HTML file or new HTML5. The doc type declaration helps the browser to display a web page correctly. This document type declaration defines that the document type would be HTML5. Then the very first element in any web page is HTML element. The text inside HTML opening and closing tag is described as HTML document. After that, you will see two other elements, head and body tags. The head element provides additional information about a web page, for example title of the web page and meta tags. The body element describes the visual page content like heading, paragraph, images and etc. Well, I just wanted to give you an idea of basic HTML structure, because in next lecture we are going to start coding simple business web page in brackets code editor. See you in next lecture. In this lecture I will start coding the small business web page. Let me show you the small business page again. This is the page I will be writing only the HTML markup in this lecture. It is a very simple page. So let us get started. Okay, the very first thing I need to create folder project. Simple business page. I will name it simple business page or small business web page. Inside this folder I need to create some more folders like JS. All of the JavaScript and jQuery files will go inside JS folder, and then CSS is for cascading style sheet. All of the external style sheet files will go inside CSS folder, and then images, I will store all of the images for this web page inside images folder, and then index.html file for writing HTML markup for this page. At this stage we need home page image, so let me copy it from the content folder. This is the image we will need for the home page, so let me copy it and move it to the simple business web page. I will paste it inside the images folder. Okay, this is the content we will be using for this simple business web page. Let me open this simple business web page folder inside brackets editor so we can get started. The index.html file is totally blank, so we have to write the markup from scratch. The very first thing is we need to add the document type, the doc type. After that, the very first element is HTML element. Do you see this is auto completion by the brackets editor. Inside the HTML element we need to write the two important elements, which are head and body elements. Let me write title for this small business web page. The title will be small business page. Okay, let us write some markup inside body tag. I will start writing markup for the header section. This is the way to write comments inside HTML file. Comments are very important and useful. It organizes the HTML document and it really helps while debugging any HTML file. Header element is a new HTML5 element. It defines the header of a document. It contains things like logo, heading, and navigation type of things goes inside header element. Inside the header element I need a main container. Div element divides section into HTML file. Inside the main container I need a single row, and then single row is further divided into column left, div for the column left, and column right. So this is the header element. Inside the header element I added main container, and inside the main container I needed a single row, and this single row is further divided into left column and right column. In the coming lectures I will show you the purpose of this main container and single row. Let us add content inside column left. Okay, Let us add some content on the right column. I will copy some dummy content from the content file and then anchor tag for a link. This hash is used to point to nothing. It will point to nothing. It will stay and remain on the same page. Let me save it and let us see the result of this simple markup in a browser. Okay, this is the result of this simple markup in a browser. Let us move forward. After the header section, we need a separator. I will add the section element. Section element is also just a container. It defines a section in a document. Any web page can be split into multiple sections of content. Inside that, I will add main container. This is the div for the main container. And the same way, I need single row for main container. And inside the single row, I need full column. And I will add HR horizontal rule, which will act as a separator. Let me save it and let us see the result in a browser. This is the separator. Moving forward to next section, which is features. Main container for feature section. Single row for this main container. The feature section will be divided into 3 equal columns. Let us add some content to column 1. Let me copy some content from the content folder. This is a dummy content. And anchor tag for more info. Let me copy this column 1 for the rest of the 2 columns, like column 2, column 3 will be for easy layout. Okay, the feature section has a main container, and main container has a single row, and this single row is further divided into 3 columns, column 1, 2 and 3. Let me save it and let us see the result in a browser. So this is a separator between the header section and the feature section, and the feature section is divided into 3 columns. Let us move forward toward the footer section. Footer element is also a container, and it defines the footer of HTML markup, and it typically contains like copyright information, contact information and terms of use. Let me add main container to this footer element. div for the main container, and the same way single row for this main container, and inside this we need a full column. And let us add some paragraph like copyrights. Let me add some HTML reserved keywords like for copyright. This is the HTML reserved words loso 2016. Let me save it and let us see the result in a browser. So this is the footer section. So this is the result of simple HTML markup page. There is no styling right now. In the coming section you will learn about CSS, and then we will add styling to this simple business web page. So in this lecture you have learned about some new elements like header, section and footer. In the coming sections I will be adding CSS to this simple business web page. See you there. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this new section. Before you start learning about CSS, let me show you how you can use Google Chrome Developer Tools. By using this tool, you can sharpen your development process. Using Google Chrome Developer Tool, you can inspect any element on a web page, and it is the best way to see the markup and CSS of any web page. Let me show it to you. This is the page from small business project. You can inspect any element on this simple business web page. For example, if you want to inspect the heading element, just right click on it and there is an option for inspect, and if you click on this inspect option, it will open this window down here, and on the left side under the element window you can see all of your HTML markup like the HTML for the header section and for the footer section. On the right side you will see the CSS for this element. Right now there is no CSS for this simple business web page, so there is no CSS showing it here. If you go to the resource file, you can look for the resources like this home.jpg image is being used on this simple business web page. It has also a console window and much more. It is very helpful tool. We will be using this tool throughout this course. You can inspect any element on any web page. Like if you would like to inspect this element, it will show you the markup for this image and also the CSS on the right side. This is just to give you an idea about Google Chrome Developer Tool. In the next lecture you will learn about CSS. See you there. Thanks. Styling with CSS has saved a lot of time for web developers. Styling of HTML document describes how HTML element is going to look in a browser. Now, what is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. It is used to define the style of a web page. You can apply style to any element of a web page. You can apply style to an element directly or can use external file for it. Let me show you the basic syntax of CSS rule set. For example, if you want to add style to P element, you have to write it like this way: P, then opening and closing curly braces, and CSS rule set inside it for the color to green and font size to 14. The P is the selector, and on the left side of the rule set it is a property, and on the right side it is the value. There are three ways of adding style to a project. The first one is inline. In this way you add the CSS rule set directly inside the element tag like this. This may be used to apply a unique style for a single element. The second is adding internal style sheet. It goes directly into the head section of a web page. The third method is adding CSS by external file. and this is the method we will be using in this course. Link tag is the tag used to add or link external style sheet into your document, and there is no closing tag for this element. Let me show it to you. I need to open the brackets editor. Okay, I will continue with simple business page project. Okay, let us create a new file with style.css. So all of the CSS will go inside style.css. Let me add it to the index.html file. Link relation style sheet, type would be text and CSS, and href CSS, and then style.css. So this is the way to add style.css into HTML file. Now we have added our external style.css file. In the coming lecture, we will be applying CSS to our simple business web page. See you there. Thanks. In this lecture, you are going to look at CSS box model, and this is where you will really start to style web page using box model. Take a look at this diagram. There are 4 boxes. There is a content box, padding box, border box, and margin box. And I am going to talk about each one of these in this lecture. The first box is, of course, the content box, and we have been using it. Everything goes inside it. If it is a text, images, video, everything goes inside this content box. Every single element on a web page has these 4 boxes around it. The margin, border, and padding boxes are invisible unless we specify them. The padding is invisible, border is invisible, and the margin is also invisible. Let us experiment with these 4 boxes. This is a page from Simple Business web page. Let me show you the box model in a Chrome development tool, because this is the best way to see these boxes in action. If I click on heading, so this is the box model for H2 element. You can see this is a content box, this is the padding box, this is the border box, and this is the margin. This margin is applied by the Chrome browser itself. For example, if I add 1 pixel border with green color, now this is the content and this is the border around this element. Let's add some padding, 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 10 pixel. Now do you see the green bars around the element? This is padding and this is border. Let's add some margin, 20 pixel, 20 pixel, and 20 pixel. Now I'm sorry, I need to add the 20 pixel here. This is the border. Okay, this is the content itself, this is the padding around the content, this is the border, and this is the margin. Do you see these orange bars around the element? So this is the box model. The padding is used to generate spaces around content. The margin is also used to generate space around the content but outside of border box. Border is just a border around an element. So this is just to give you an idea about CSS box model. In the next lecture you will learn about CSS classes and IDs, which is very important lecture. See you there. In this lecture, you will get familiar with CSS classes and ID selectors. CSS ID and classes are basically selectors and are used to target specific element on a web page. It is the way to manipulate HTML element uniquely. IDs are unique identifier. Once you use it for one element, the same ID cannot be used elsewhere in the same document. For example, if you have a paragraph with ID, you cannot have the same ID for another paragraph. Each element can have only one ID. Each page can have only one element with that ID. On the other hand, CSS classes are not unique. You can use the same class on multiple elements. You can use multiple classes on the same element. It is a design question when to use ID and when to use class. Any styling information that needs to be applied to multiple objects on a page should be done with a class. In next lecture, I will start adding classes and IDs to elements so you can apply CSS to these elements. See you in next lecture. Thanks. Hi, in this lecture, I will start adding CSS to small business web page, which we created in the previous section of HTML. Let us start adding CSS. Okay. This is the HTML markup of small business web page, which we created in the previous sections. I have not yet added CSS to style.css. Before I start adding CSS to style.css, I have to add CSS classes to each div, so we can target them specifically. Let us start adding classes to these divs. To the main container, I will add class main container. I will add single row to this div, single row, and inside the single row for the header section I will add left column class, column left, and the same way I will add class for right column. We have an anchor tag, and this will act a button as a button, so we also need to add a class to this class, and let us say btn button. Moving toward separator, same way I will add class main container, and then inside the main container I will add class single row. For the feature section, class main container, and I will add single row for the feature section, single row. So in the feature section we have divided a single row in 3 equal columns. So let us add classes for these 3 columns. Column 1, class for column 2, and class for column 3. Moving toward footer section, I will add main container class and single row class inside the main container, and let us say class column footer for this. Now we have added classes to each div and we can target them easily in style.css. Okay, before I start adding CSS to style.css, let me show the result of this HTML markup in a browser. Okay, this is the result of HTML markup. There is no CSS right now. Let us start adding CSS to this simple business web page. I will start adding some comments to the style.css. Let us add some padding to the body element, so we can add some space above the body element. Padding top will create some space at the top of body element. Let us say 100 pixel. Let's apply some font family. The first font should be the Arial, and if Arial is not available on the system, then any sans serif font will be applied. Let's add some color to the text, which will be 333. Okay, this is a space added at the top of body element by using padding top. Let us add some CSS to these H2 and H1. I think this is H2. Let us fix it. It should be H1. I have to fix it in the header section. This should be H1, not H2. I will save it. Okay, let us add some CSS to H1 and H2. The font size for H1 will be 36, and font size for H2 will be 30 pixel. Let's add some common CSS to H1 and H2, like this way, H1 and H2. I will add some margin top 20 pixel, so we can create some space at the top of H1 and H2, and margin bottom would be 10 pixel for bottom space, and for the font weight it should be normal. Let's add some CSS to the paragraph. Font size should be 14 pixel, and line height should be 150% of the font text, 21 pixel. And also let us add margin bottom of 20 pixel. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, looks fine. This is the paragraph. I can see the style sheet in Chrome Developer Tool. Okay, moving forward. Now we have two main containers, the main container and the single row, which is common throughout this entire HTML file. Let us add CSS for these containers. I will copy it, main container. The width of the main container will be 100% of the browser, and let us center align it. Margin 0, this is for top and bottom, and the left and right would be auto. This will center align the main container, and single row would be also 100% of main container. Okay, now moving toward the header section. In the header section we have two or 3 classes: column left, column right, and btn class. Let us add CSS to these classes. Column left. Column left will be 63% of the single row, and column right will be 32% of the single row. Let's add some common CSS for both column left and column right. For column left and for column right. It should float to the left. It should have padding of left to some 15 pixel and padding of right 15 pixel. There is an image inside column left. The width for this image should be 100% of column left, and let's add some border radius of 6 pixel to this image. Let us see the result in the browser for the header section. Okay, there is a mistake in the CSS for the image tag. Okay, I should add image. In the left column we have image tag, so it should be like this. Now let us see the result. Still there. I think we still have a problem. Okay, the class is column left. Let me check this class. It is called left. Okay, fine. Let us add T. Now it is okay. Column left. Let us see the result again. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay, the feature section is floating, so we have to fix it. Okay, do you see this problem? The feature section is floating towards header section. This is to clear the floats of header section. Let us do it. For that I need to add a clear fix div here, div with class clear fix, and let us add CSS for that too. Clear fix clear both. Now it looks fine. Let us add some CSS to this anchor tag. btn padding should be 10 pixel, 10 and 16 pixel. For the top and bottom it is 10 pixel, and for the left and right it would be 16 pixel, and the font size would be 18 pixel with line height of 28 pixel. Okay, I will add some border radius of 6 pixel. Okay, and let's add color to white and background color to this 337 AB7. Okay, let's remove the underline. It will be removed by text decoration with none property, and it should display as an inline block, and the text transform would be uppercase. Okay, looks fine. Let's add some CSS to this separator. HR, let's add some space at the top, which is margin top 20 pixel, and the margin bottom would be 20 pixel too, and let us say border to 0, but add border top 1 pixel solid, and the color would be triple E. Now it looks fine. Let us start adding CSS to the feature section. In the feature section we have 3 columns, column 1, 2 and 3. Let us add some common CSS to these 3 columns. Column 1, column 2 and column 3. Each of these columns should occupy 30% of single row, and it should float to left, and the padding left should be 15 pixel and padding right should be 15 pixel. Yeah, looks fine. Let's add CSS to these anchor tags. The style, the class I added for this is, I think I didn't add the classes for this anchor tag. Let's add classes to these anchor tags. It would be btn info. Let me copy it for the other anchor tags. Okay, let's add CSS to this btn info. It should display inline block, padding around it should be 6 pixel and 12 pixel, and the font size for this should be 14 with line height 21 pixel, and font weight should be normal. And let us add cursor to pointer, and the border should be 1 pixel solid CE, and the border radius would be 4 pixel. Text decoration should be none, and the color should be 333. Let us see the result in a browser. Okay, I think there is a problem with the padding. Let me fix it. Padding is okay. The problem is with the line height. Do you see? It has added line height of 2 pixel, which is wrong. It should be 21 pixel. Let me fix it. 21 pixel. And let us see the result again. Now it looks good. Let's add CSS to the footer section. For the footer section, before I add CSS to the footer section, we need to add CSS for btn hover effect. The color should be 333 and background color should be, let us say, E6 and the border color should become 80. This CSS will be applied when this button will be hovered by user. Let us add CSS for the footer section. We have a column of call footer. Let me copy it. Call footer, and we need to just add a padding of 30 pixel top and bottom and 0 pixel on the left and right. Call footer. Okay, it is not taking up. Let me check it in the Chrome developer tool. Okay, for that I have to also clear the floating. Let me copy this div and let us clear the floating after feature section, and it will fix it. Do you see? This div clears the floats for the feature section, and now it is looking good. Well, in this lecture we added CSS to this small business web page, and you can see CSS in style.css. Okay, in the next lectures I will be introducing you JavaScript and jQuery. See you there. Thanks. In this lecture I am going to give you a basic knowledge of JavaScript. JavaScript is a programming language used to make web pages interactive. It runs on visitors' computer. It is a client-side programming language and runs inside browser. Every browser including Chrome, Firefox, Safari and Opera have support for JavaScript. JavaScript can be placed in the body and the head section of an HTML page. This is the very basic example of JavaScript. Let us add a simple JavaScript code to a web page. I will continue with the simple business web page. Let me add some JavaScript to simple business web page. Before I add some JavaScript code, I have to fix the closing angle brackets for the link tag. I think we missed it in the previous sections. Okay, let us add JavaScript code. Script, and let us add an alert. Let us say welcome to Loso. Okay, this JavaScript code will alert a dialog box on this HTML page. Let us see the result on browser. I will refresh it. Do you see welcome to Loso? This is because of JavaScript. It is very basic about JavaScript, and the purpose of this lecture is to give you a basic idea to beginners. Thanks. In this lecture we will get started with jQuery. jQuery is basically a JavaScript library. With the help of jQuery library, you can simplify complex JavaScript tasks. It is a very light-weighted library and can easily be added to any web project. This is the basic syntax of jQuery. All jQuery code goes inside this document.ready function. The best way is by doing. Let me show you how you can download jQuery library and how you can add it to your web page. This is the main website of jQuery. We can download jQuery library from here. I will click on this button and there are two options. The one option is for compressed production jQuery library and one is for uncompressed. I will go with uncompressed and it will start downloading. Okay, this is the jQuery library. Let me move it to the JS folder of simple business web page. I will paste it here and let me rename it to just jQuery. It is not necessary, you can keep the original name. Okay, now let us add this jQuery library to simple business web page index.html. Okay, let us remove this custom JavaScript code. I will add the jQuery library with source js jQuery.js and with closing tag. Okay, let us add some jQuery code. This is syntax of writing jQuery code: $document.ready function, and inside ready function we have a function inside that we will write our code. Let us say we will write the code for alert again. Welcome Loso with jQuery. Okay, let us see the result in a browser. Okay, there is something wrong. Let me check the source. It is source src, not scr. Let us check it again. Okay, this is the message by jQuery. Welcome to Loso with jQuery. This dialog box is appeared because of the jQuery library. So this is the basic syntax of jQuery. I just want to give you an idea about JavaScript and jQuery, because in the coming lectures we will be using jQuery and some of the jQuery libraries. So it is important to give you some basic idea how to use jQuery library and how to write basic syntax of jQuery. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome to this new section. In this new section, we will get started with Bootstrap framework. Before we start working with Bootstrap framework, I want to make a very important note, which is about Bootstrap framework version. If you visit Bootstrap official website on getbootstrap.com link, you will see Bootstrap team is currently offering beta version of Bootstrap framework 4.0. Before this beta version, there was alpha version of Bootstrap 4.0. On getbootstrap.com page, you can find all the versions available for Bootstrap framework under this drop-down menu. Now I am going to open the alpha version of Bootstrap framework. This is the alpha version of Bootstrap framework. Now let me explain what is alpha and what is beta versions. The alpha version is the release which is incomplete or partially complete, and it is a version for testers to test the initial phase of feature. On the other hand, the beta version is the release which is complete and all the development is done, but there are possibilities that it could contain some bugs and performance issues. This release is mostly done to users who test the product and who can report the bug. So we are not going to use alpha and beta versions of Bootstrap framework because they are still in development phase and they could contain bugs and performance issues. To avoid any performance issues, we will use stable version of Bootstrap framework. There is a stable version available for Bootstrap framework which is version 3.3. Now I am going to open stable version of Bootstrap which is 3.3. This is the most stable version of Bootstrap framework right now, and the URL for this stable version is getbootstrap.com/docs/3.3. Throughout this course, we will use this stable version of Bootstrap framework. So please remember this URL, getbootstrap.com/docs/3.3. I'll close alpha and beta versions of Bootstrap framework, and we will just focus on this stable version of Bootstrap framework. We will download Bootstrap framework files from this page, and we will also get help from this page. So that was the important point which I wanted to make before we moved forward. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in next class. Thanks.
In this lecture, I will discuss Bootstrap framework. So what is Bootstrap framework? Bootstrap is the most popular HTML, CSS and JavaScript framework for developing responsive mobile-first websites. By now you are familiar with HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So this is the best time to learn about Bootstrap framework. I will use this framework to build responsive website in coming section. Let me walk you through this framework. This is the main website of Bootstrap framework. This framework is completely free and it makes developer life so easy. It is also called Frontend framework. The Bootstrap framework uses HTML5 document type. It is a free collection of tools for creating website and web application. It contains HTML and CSS based design templates for typography, for forms, for buttons, navigation and other interface components, as well as optional JavaScript extensions. There are many reasons that this framework is mostly preferred. It is very easy to get started with this framework because it has a lot of options available. It has a grid system. It has a basic styling for most of the HTML elements like typography, code, tables, forms, buttons, images, icons. It has an extensive list of components. You can see pagination, navbar. The main component of this framework I will be using is the grid system. This grid system we will be using. This framework is very well documented. You can look around this component, and framework like Bootstrap makes life very easy. It provides predefined classes and a designer has not to write too much CSS. This is just to give you an idea about this framework. In the next lecture, I am going to discuss the grid system of Bootstrap framework. In this lecture, I will discuss about Bootstrap grid system. Like any grid system, the Bootstrap grid is a library of HTML, CSS components that allow you to structure a website and place a website content in desired location easily. Bootstrap grid system allow up to 12 columns across the page. If you don't want to use all 12 columns individually, you can group the columns together to create wider columns. Bootstrap grid system is responsive, and the columns will rearrange automatically depending on the screen size. Bootstrap grid system is made up of three things: a container, a row, and columns. The following is a basic structure of Bootstrap grid system. Bootstrap grid system needs a container to hold rows and columns. A container is simple a div element with a class of .container. The container is used to provide a proper width for the layout, acting as a wrapper for the content. So first you would need to create a container div and then create a row and then add desired number of columns. Note that number should be always up to 12 for each row. Here is a very good explanation on the Bootstrap website. Like rows must be placed within a container. There are predefined classes for like row, like column, extra small. Bootstrap uses different column classes prefix for different size devices, like XS for phones for extra small devices, SM for small devices for tablets, and MD for medium devices like for desktop, and LG for large desktops. As I mentioned before, if you don't want to use 12 columns individually, you can group the columns together to create a wider columns. Bootstrap grid system is responsive and the columns will rearrange automatically depending on the screen size. In this course, we will be using a single set of column MD, which will create a grid system that will start horizontally on the desktops and will stack on mobile devices. So this is the way we will be using the grid systems in this course. In the next lecture, I will add Bootstrap framework to small business web page. See you there. In this lecture, I will start adding Bootstrap framework files to small business web page. So let us do it. So this is the main site of Bootstrap framework. We can download the Bootstrap files from here. There are 3 versions: Bootstrap compiled, source, less, and Bootstrap ported from less to source. We don't need these two, we just need this one. Let us download it through this button. Okay, this is the zip form of Bootstrap framework. Let me extract it. And at this stage, we only need 2 files. The one is bootstrap.min.css, and the second is bootstrap.min.js. Let us copy these files to simple business web page folder. I will copy it and move it to the CSS folder, simple business web page CSS folder, and then we need a JS file from Bootstrap. JS folder, this one bootstrap.min.js. Let me copy it and move it to the simple business JS folder. So now we have moved Bootstrap framework files. Now let us add it into the project. I will open the brackets editor. Let us remove this jQuery code and start adding Bootstrap. I'll first add the Bootstrap CSS file, link, relation, style sheet, and type would be text and CSS. And href css slash I will add bootstrap.min.css. So okay, this is the CSS. Let us add the JavaScript file, src, source, js, and I will add bootstrap.min.js and then closing tag. So now we have added Bootstrap CSS file and Bootstrap JavaScript file. Remember, Bootstrap requires jQuery library, so it is important to include the jQuery library. Okay, let us make use of Bootstrap grid system. I will replace the existing classes with the Bootstrap classes. Let us say the main container will become container we have a container class in the Bootstrap. This is the main wrapper, and we have a predefined class for row. This row class belongs to Bootstrap framework, and in the header section we have left column and we have the right column. Let us apply Bootstrap grid classes to these divs. Call column for medium devices, and it will occupy 8 columns. The left side will occupy the 8 columns and the right side will occupy column MD-4. It will occupy 4 columns. We have also predefined classes for buttons, like btn is also a predefined class in Bootstrap. Let us apply some Bootstrap classes for button, like btn primary, like btn large. These are predefined classes for the buttons. Okay, let us add some classes to the image tag. Class img responsive. This is the class in the Bootstrap framework which will make the image responsive, and img.rounded, this will make the image rounded. So now we have applied CSS classes to the header section. Let us see the result in a browser. Okay, looks good. Let me show it in a Chrome developer tool. This is the main container. You see bootstrap.min.css. its width is 1170 pixel, and inside the main container there is a row, and inside the row is divided into 8 columns for the image, and you can see the Bootstrap classes for image responsive and image rounded. Like image rounded has border radius of 6 pixels, and image responsive have display of block and maximum width of 100%, and height would be auto. Let us move toward the other section and apply the grid system to other system. Okay, clearfix is also a class in a Bootstrap framework. Let us apply main container of Bootstrap system and the single row of Bootstrap system to the separator, and similarly to the feature section. Okay, in the feature section we have 3 columns. We can divide this row of Bootstrap into 3 equal columns. Let us do it. So we need to divide the row into 3 equal columns. There are total 12 columns, so we can divide it with like column MD4, column MD4, column MD4. So all these 3 4s, 4 plus 4 8 plus 4 12, we will become 12 columns. Let us apply Bootstrap classes to this button too. I will apply the first one class to btn, and then btn to default. Let me copy it for the other 3 buttons. Moving toward the footer section, this main container will become container, and this single row will become row, and let us say this will take column MD, and it will take all of the 12 columns. And let us apply some ID to this because we need some padding. Footer P, let us say footer P paragraph. Let us save it and see the result in a browser. Okay, now you see everything is almost good. It looks like these buttons are not looking fine. Let me check it in a Google Chrome developer tool. Okay, it is overwriting the style sheet from style.css. Let us remove these. I think we need to remove all of this CSS rule set because now the Bootstrap framework is taking responsibility of all of the grid system and all of the buttons. So let us do it. We may only need to leave the CSS for the body section. I will delete the rest of the CSS including the btn. Do you see? It is very easy to work with Bootstrap framework. I will leave the call footer and now it is using the ID. I will add ID to this. Do you see? It has reduced the number of CSS, and with the help of Bootstrap framework we can apply predefined classes and much more. Let me save it and see the result now in a browser. Now do you see, everything looks great. Now we have removed our almost all of the CSS from style.css, and now the Bootstrap framework has took the responsibility of all of the CSS for the grid system and for the buttons and for the images. Let me resize it and see the result for the responsive layout. Do you see how beautifully it is adjusting the layout? This is a very great framework, and using this framework we can develop responsive websites. Let me show it to you on a different device screen sizes like this, and on this it will look like this, and on big screen sizes it will look like this. The columns are responsive and it will rearrange automatically as per the screen size. So now at this stage you are familiar with HTML, with CSS and with JavaScript and jQuery, and now you have got idea about Bootstrap framework, and we have added the Bootstrap framework to this simple business web page. In the next section we will start building our real responsive website, and we will take advantage of this simple business web page project folder structure. So see you there. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this new section. In this section we will start coding a real responsive website. At this point you are familiar with HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, jQuery and Bootstrap framework. By combining all these technologies, we will build a modern looking website which will look good on all of the major browsers. Before I start coding, let me show you the final version of this real responsive website. Okay, this will be the final version of this responsive website. You can see there is a header at the top and a menu bar and about us section. You can see all of these animations. These animations will be added using a jQuery. Let me refresh it again so you can see the animation for each section. Then we will work on the feature sections, and then we will move forward towards screen sections, and we will be adding these counters using the jQuery. So there are several sections we will be adding to this project, and this website is totally responsive. You can see how the size is being adjusted. So this will be the final version of real responsive website after this course. At the end of this course, you will be able to build a simple, clean and modern looking website like this one. I will show you all of the steps how to write the HTML markup for each section, and then adding the CSS cascading style sheet for the each sections, and after that we will be adding some jQuery effects to these sections. You can see so you will really enjoy this course, and so that's it for this video. In the next video I will start writing the HTML markup for the Loso project. So this project will be called the Loso. Okay, fine. So enough saying, so let's just start coding this project. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture I will set up project folder for a real responsive website. So let us get started. Okay, this is the folder for small business web page. This is the project we have been developing in the previous section of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery and Bootstrap framework. We can take advantage of this folder structure. It has folder for CSS, for images and for JavaScript. We already have Bootstrap framework configured with this folder structure, so we can take advantage of this folder structure. So let us rename it with Loso. Loso, this will be the name of our real responsive project. Inside Loso, let us remove the unnecessary images. In the CSS folder, we need both bootstrap.min.css because we will be using Bootstrap framework, and style.css. And in the GS folder, we also need jQuery library. So we already have jQuery library downloaded and configured with this folder, and we already need bootstrap.min.js. So almost everything is configured in this folder structure. Let me open this folder in the brackets editor. But before I add this folder structure to the brackets editor, we need the content for Loso project. Let us move the content for the Loso project. This is the content. Think of it that this is the content the client has provided to you. We have the images for this real responsive project. Let me copy it all and move it to the Loso folder. Okay, I think we only need images at this point, and this would be the content we will be using for our project. This is just, you can think of the content the client has provided. It has some dummy content, but we will be using this content, this text for our real responsive web project. Okay, let us get started. I will open this Loso project in the brackets editor. Open folder, and on desktop I have this folder. Okay, let us open the index.html file. We have some unnecessary markup. Let us remove the unnecessary. I think all of the markup in the body section, we need to remove it, so we can start build the real responsive website from scratch. And let me rename the title for this project. It would be Loso simple, clean and responsive website. This would be the title for this project. Okay, let me add some additional meta tags. This is the meta tag. It will tell the browser to encode some special characters. Let us add meta tag for viewport. Let me write it first, then I will explain what this meta tag is for. This meta tag, the viewport element, gives the browser instruction on how to control the page dimension and scaling. The device width part sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of device, which will vary depending on the device. And the initial scale part sets the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded by the browser. So it is very important to add this meta tag for responsive websites. Okay, one thing, let me fix it. It is not dash, it is equal. Width equal to device dash width. Okay, now it is fine. Now moving forward, let me move these JavaScript files to the body section at the bottom. It is a good practice to add these scripts at the bottom of body tag because it will increase the page speed. Let me add some comments. Bootstrap JavaScript, because these files belongs to Bootstrap. Okay, let us start adding some other resources like Google Fonts and Font Awesome and Fab icons. For this project we need two types of Google fonts, and we can easily add it through the Google Fonts website. So let us start adding the Google font. Okay, this is the website of the Google Fonts, and we can easily add Google Fonts from this website. So the first font we need is the Railway. This is the font I need. Let us click on this button, quick use, and these are the all styles for this fonts, and let us filter the style for this. Let us add 300, all of these, 400, let us add 800, and let us add this 900 too. Okay, I just need to copy this link and paste it to the header section of loso index.html file. That's it. Okay, let us search for the second Google font we need for this project, which is Source Sans Pro. Quick use. I would need 400, and let us add 600, 700 too, and 900. So, and let us copy the link for this one too and paste it here. Let me add comments for these Google fonts, and it would be a good practice if we move it above CSS resources. After that, I will add the Fab icon. We have Fab icon provided by the client. Let us add the Fab icon. Link relation, it would be icon, and type would be image PNG, and href would be images, and then we have fab icon. Okay, so now we have added our fab icon, Google Fonts, and now we need to add Font Awesome. Let me visit the Font Awesome website. Okay, this is the website of Font Awesome. We need this Font Awesome because we will be using these fonts as an icon in our project. It is a very great resource. You can see all of the icons here. So we will be using these fonts in our real responsive web project. So let us get downloading. I will download it. So it is downloading now. Okay, this is the, just one second. This is the zip file I ended up with for Google, for Font Awesomes. Let me extract it. So this is the extracted form. I need the fonts folder and fontawesome.min.css file. These are the two things I need at this stage. Let me copy the fonts and move it to the Loso project. I will paste it here at the root directory, and the second I need the CSS file, font-awesome.min.css file. Let me move it to the CSS folder. Let us link this font.awesome.min.css into the Loso file. I will add it here, link relation. The relation for this would be style sheet also. Style sheet, sorry. Okay, and href and CSS and then Font Awesome. Let me add comments for this style sheet also. This is Font Awesome. Okay, so at this point we have added fonts, we have added fab icon, we have added Font Awesome, and let us work on style.css. I think we don't need these styles, so we will start from scratch. So let me remove it and add some basic styling. Static, this is for all elements. Margin 0. Margin 0 will be applied to all of the elements on the page. It will basically reset all of the elements with padding 0 and margin 0. And let us apply some rule set to the body element. We just added Google Fonts, so let us add the Google Fonts to style.css, and I would say railway, and if railway is not available then sans serif fonts will be used. This is the font we just added in our index.html file. Let me show it to you. This one, railway. So we will be using these two fonts in the style.css for this project. And let us say overflow y. Overflow y should be scroll. This is vertical, and overflow x would be hidden. So anything on the horizontal side which will overflow will be hidden. Let us add some font size to the paragraph. Font size, it should be 14. We are already using Bootstrap framework, so which will take responsibility for all of the typography, so we don't need to add some more general CSS because the bootstrap.css will take all of the responsibility. So this was setting up the project. So we have all the resources, we have the fonts linked to this style, index.html file, we have favicon icon, and we have added the font awesomes. I think we can start adding HTML markup for the header section in the next lecture. See you there. Thanks. Hi, welcome to the part 1 of building header section. In this lecture, I will be writing HTML markup for the header section for really responsive website. This is the wireframe for the header section. It has this large image on the background and a logo in the middle, and on the right side there is a phone image, and on the left side we have some headings and subheadings and 2 buttons for download and take a tour. This will be the final version after this lecture, and coming lecture you will see. So let us get coding the header section. Okay, this is the HTML page for Loso project. It has nothing at this stage. We will start writing the HTML markup from scratch. Let me open this HTML in the Chrome browser so you can see the result at this. Okay, it is a blank page. There is nothing right now. Do you see? This is the title we added in the previous lecture, and fab icon. So it has nothing except only the resources are there, like meta tags, Google fonts, fab icon. I think there is a mistake. There should be only one /. Let me fix it quickly before we move forward. It should be 1. Sorry, should be 1/. Save it. So it has nothing right now. We have all the resources set up in the previous sections, so we can start building the header section in this lecture. So let us get started. I will remove the extra spaces. It is a good practice to remove and indent your code. Okay. Comment for the header section. I will add the header element, and now you are familiar with the header element because I explained the header element in the HTML section. Inside the header, let us also add classes while writing the HTML markup. This would be header, and inside the header we need a class or a div with header overlay. We will place an overlay on the header div or element. Inside the header overlay, we will start writing the grid classes of Bootstrap, like div, class, container. Now you are also familiar with Bootstrap grid classes, and inside the container I need to add row class of Bootstrap, and inside that we need to add the logo. The logo should occupy all the 12 columns. So class and call md, this is a single set of column from Bootstrap 12, and this div will occupy all the 12 columns of Bootstrap. And let us add markup for the logo. Div, class, logo. Let us center align it. Text center. This is the class from Bootstrap. It will align the element in the center of the middle of column. And inside that, let me add image for logo. Images, and logo, and alternate. If the logo is not available, then this text should be shown. Okay, we have added our logo. Let us see the result. I will refresh it. Okay, we have our logo on our page. Okay, fine. Let us move forward. After that, we need one another row. Let us say div class of row. We can create multiple rows inside a single container. We will divide this row into 8 columns and into 4 columns, like div column medium 8. This would be for title and description, and also the buttons will go inside this column. Div class. Let us write markup for the titles on the header section. Header text, let us say header text, and inside this we need to add markup let us add first heading h1. It should be a clean and modern looking responsive website, and we also have a paragraph after that, which will be built with great love. Okay, after this let us add buttons. There are two buttons. One button is for download and the second button is for take a tour. I will use anchor tag for these, and I will use the primary a primary class of the Bootstrap framework, like btn. This is a Bootstrap class, and then btn download, and href will be hash. It will be pointing to nothing at this stage, and download. Let us add the second button with class btn and btn tour, so we can add some custom css to it. Href, and it should also point to nothing at this stage. We will figure it out later. Take a tour. Okay, let me save it and see the result in the browser. I will refresh it. Okay, now we can see the 8 columns are occupying the heading h1, the paragraph, and the anchor tags. We also need the down arrow for this take a tour anchor tag. Let us add it through the font awesome icons. To use font awesome, this is the way to use the font awesome class. I will use the class of font awesome, font awesome.mini.css. This is the css, and here we will use it fa font awesome dash angle down, because we need angle down icon at this stage. Let me save it. Let us see the result. Okay, now we have the angle down icon here also. Let me show it in the Google Chrome developer tool. You can see it has CSS from font-awesome.mini.css. So we have a main container. Inside the container we have a single row for the logo, and it is occupying all of the 12 columns. And inside the container we have the second row, and right now it is occupying the 8 columns. Let us add markup for the rest of the 4 columns. Like column MD 4. This 8 plus 4 will become 12 columns, which is total columns in a Bootstrap grid system. Let us add content in this. It is header iPhone, because we have to place the iPhone image on the right side of the header. Header iPhone, and let us say image src source images, and I have to find iPhone header.png. Sorry, yes, this one I need, and alternate should be header iPhone. Let me close it. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, we have this very big image. We will be applying CSS in the next lecture, so it will then become fixed to this header section. So this is the HTML markup for the header section. Let me see if I didn't miss anything. We have a header element, and inside the header element we have overlay. This overlay I will explain in the next lecture when I will apply some CSS. Inside the header overlay we have a main container, and inside the container we have 2 rows, like this one and this one. And the first row is occupying all the 12 columns for the logo, and the second row is occupying the first side for the 8 columns, which contains headings and buttons, and the second side is occupied for the 4 columns, which is taking this iPhone header image. See you in next lecture. In next lecture I will be adding CSS to this header section. Thanks. Welcome to the part 2 of building header section. In this lecture I will be adding CSS to the header section. Let us start adding CSS to header section. This is the style.css file, and this is the HTML markup we wrote in the previous lecture, and this was the result of simple HTML markup. It has no CSS right now. We will add CSS in this lecture. In the header section we have header element, then overlay element. Let us start adding CSS to the header section. I will add some comments. There is a header class applied to the header element. Let us add background image to the header element. It will be background image and URL, and inside this URL we will give the URL of the image. This is the way to go back one folder, and this is the way to access images folder, images. Then you can see it is populating, the brackets are populating here, and we need header-bg.jpg. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, we now have this big background image and it is also repeating itself. Let's add some more CSS to the background image. Background attachment should be fixed. This specify either the background image should scroll or it should be fixed. In our case it should be fixed and it should not repeat. No repeat. And let us position it so we can see it properly. 50% on the x-axis and 50% on the y-axis. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, it is fixed and now almost looking good. Let's add some more CSS. The background size should be covered, so it should cover the screen size, and this is the default background size property. We need to add prefixed version of this background property, background size property, which is for Mozilla Moz, and background size should be covered. Let me copy it for the other. The next one is, this is for Opera browser. These are the prefixes, and the third one is WebKit. WebKit includes Chrome and Safari browser. So these are the prefixes for individual browser. Moz for Mozilla Firefox, and O for Opera, and WebKit for Chrome and Safari. And this is the default background size property. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, now it is looking fine. Moving forward, let us add some CSS to the overlay. Before I add CSS, let me add some CSS to this iPhone image so we can see properly the background image. And it would be, I think, header iPhone, and inside the header iPhone we have image. Yes, header iPhone, and inside that we have an image. The width of this image should be 100% of its parent column. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, now we can see the background image. Moving forward, okay, let us add CSS to header overlay, and I will add background color. This is the way to add modern looking overlay: red, green, blue, alpha, and it should be 31 for the red, 31 for the green, and 31 for the blue, and for transparency we will use 0.7. Let me show it to you in the browser how it looks. You see, this is the overlay. Don't worry about the headings. We will make the color of the headings white. Okay, now let us add some CSS to the logo. I think we need some padding, some space at the bottom. Let us add padding bottom of 50 pixel. Now there is a space after the logo. Let us apply CSS to these headings and paragraph, and also to the buttons. I think we have a class wrapper header text. I will copy it and I will apply it here. Header text. Inside the header text we have h1 element. color for this should be white. So we have an overlay, so it will look fine over a black overlay. And the font size for this should be, let us say, 35 pixel, and font weight should be 300, and the line height should be, let us say, 45. I think 45 will be enough. And we need some we need some padding around it. Let us say padding top of 30 pixel, and I will make the text capital, text transform uppercase. Now it is looking much better. Fine. Let us move forward and add some styling to this paragraph. In the header text wrapper we have a paragraph. I will also keep the color to white as like the heading FFF, and the font size would be, let us say, 17 pixel for now, and the line height should be 28 pixel, and you will need some space. I think we don't need some space. Let us see the result. Okay, looking much better. Yes, looking fine. Let us add the font weight to 300 also. Okay, moving forward, we have buttons. After that, you see these two buttons. Let us apply CSS to these buttons. I think we have class of header BTNs. Yes, BTNs. Let us apply CSS to these. First, the margin top should be 90 pixel. Let us create some space. This is a space, and margin bottom should be also 50 pixel. It will create a space around this wrapper, and inside that we have a button of download. Let us also add CSS for the focus, active and visited states, and it would be like button focus, and let me copy it. The second state is active, and the third is, I think, visited. Okay, let us add CSS to this button. This is the class we added, btn download. The background should be transparent. And let us add border color. Border color to 1 to 9 C, F and 3. And let us add some padding of top 10 pixel and also padding of bottom 10 pixel, and padding left of 30 pixel. It will create space around it, 30 pixel. Let us say font size for this button should be 19 pixel, and let us make the text to uppercase, transform to uppercase. Okay, let us see the result in a browser. Okay, it is getting shape. Let us add the border radius. Border radius to 3 pixel. Okay, let us add some transition on it. Before I need transition, let me check the result in a browser. Okay, it is not getting the border. Let me see what is the problem in the Chrome developer tool. This is the button. Okay, we have a problem. We have some invalid CSS. Let us fix it. Here it is, I think 3. Let me see. Yeah, now it is looking fine. Let us add some transition on this button. Like I will add the prefix WebKit. This is for Chrome and Safari. And transition, I will apply all for 1 second. So if there is any CSS, the transition will be applied for 1 second. Let's add for mouse transition, and it will be also all 1 second. Let me copy it for other two. This is for Opera, and this is the default. Let us move it to the top. Let us see the result in a browser. Okay, now looking much better. You see, this is the transition of 1 second. When I hover it, there is a change. The color is changing from blue to black. So it is moving, it is changing very slowly, and is taking 1 second. So this is called the transition, and I've added prefixes for the other browser, so it will be applied there too. Okay, moving forward, let us add btn download the hover effect. In the hover effect, I will change the background color to something 129 CF3 and CF3 again. Okay, CF3, and the color should become white. Let us see the result in a browser for this. Now, do you see the transition? The background is changing and it is taking the transition. So now looks good. Moving forward towards the take a tour button, and to take a tour button we have a class of btn tour. Let us also apply the CSS for focus, active and visited. I will replace it with tour button. Okay, let us add CSS to the tour button. The color for this tour button should be A9 ADB0. Okay, and let us add some margin left to create some space from the left button. It should be 20 pixel, and let us apply text transform to uppercase, and the font size should be 19 as same the download button, and I will keep the font weight to 500 because we are not going to add some border, and the background should be transparent. And let us add also these all transition to this button too, also the default one. And let us add the hover effect also to it. On the hover effect, I think we only need the color to be changed, and the color should become white. Let us see the result in a browser. Okay, it looks there is some problem. Let me check it. Font size should be 19 pixel, not 19. Okay, I found it. This tag should go inside this anchor element. This was the reason it was not getting the CSS, but now we have btn tool. Inside the btn tool we have the font awesome tag. Let us see the result. Okay, now it is looking fine. So in this lecture we have built our header section, and we have this background image. On the right side we have image for the iPhone, and on the left side we have titles and buttons and our logo. In the next lecture I will start building the about us section. So see, in this lecture I will be building the about us section. I will be writing only the HTML markup for about us section. This is the wireframe for the about us section. You can see the big heading on the top and then paragraph. On the left side there is a big image of iPhone, and on the right side there are some subtitles with a paragraph and icons on the left for the subtitles. And this will be the final version after applying the CSS to the about us section. Let us get started. Okay, I will start adding the HTML marker for the about us section. About us, it will be a section, and inside section we need to add Bootstrap container div, and inside the container div we need div class row of Bootstrap, and let us add class for the title section. It would be column 10, sorry, MD 10, and with offset column offset 1. This is a virtual column. I'll show you how this will be rendered. Okay, about us title and description, div class section title, and inside that I will add h2 heading about us, and let us add some lipsum dummy text. For the paragraph, let us see the result in the browser for this HTML markup. Okay, let me show it to you the column grid of the Bootstrap framework. Do you see this is a container of the Bootstrap, and this is the row class from the Bootstraps, and I have used only the 10 columns from the 12, and this is the column offset with 1. Do you see this margin on the left side? So it creates some virtual columns. The column MD offset will create one virtual column on the left side. So we can push it and we can center align the row on the page. So okay, moving forward, I will add wrapper for choose us part, and inside that I will create container, and inside the container I will add div class for row, and inside the row I will divide the row into 6 columns. Class of column MD-6, and inside that I will add about iPhone, about iPhone. Inside that we will add image source, it would be about iPhone.png, this one, and alternate would be iPhone. Let us add the other 6 columns. Column MD-6. So these two divs will become 12 columns. Let us add markup for this one. This is for y chooses choose us title, and inside that we will add the heading for y choose us, and I will add some lipsum dummy content from here. For the p tag, let us add some further description. Y choose us description, choose us description, and inside that we need choose us item 1, and this will be div class choose us item, and inside that let us add first the font awesome icon, choose us item icon, and div, I will add it inside the div I element, and the class for the I element would be class font awesome, and font awesome dash bold, and after that I need the title and description for this icon. Let us add comment first. Choose as item, title and description. Let us add H3 and the title would be this and the description would be this is just a dummy content, and paste it. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, we have image on the left side and on the right side we have the subtitle and also the list. The icon is not showing. It must be there. Choose title. There is a div, so it is not taking. Just maybe the color is not, maybe the color is white. Let me check on this. Okay, we have problem with the class name. Let me fix it. And there is the problem. It was just to remove this thing. Now the icon is there. So let us copy this choose as item div for the next two items. I will copy it, paste it for the second one, and the icon should for this second one would it should be bullhorn, and the title for this would be this. Here is the title and here is the lipsum. Let me copy it for the third item. And the icon would be flag dash O, and this would be the heading for the third item, and this is the dummy content for this section. Let us see the result in a browser. I will close this. So now we have the top section for the about us, and we have the section for why chooses. Let me show you the grid system for this section. Do you see the choose as wrapper, and then there is a container inside it from the Bootstrap file, and then there is a row inside the main container, and the main container is divided into two columns. On the left side we have 6 columns and on the right side we have 6 columns, and inside the choose us on the right side we have top heading and description, and then we have list of items. So I think at this stage everything looks fine. In the next lecture we will apply the CSS to this about us section, but before I move forward to the next lecture, I think the image of the iPhone on the header section is taking too much space. Let us also fix it. In the header section we are using 4 columns for the image. Let us replace this with 3 columns and with some offset columns, with one offset column MD offset of 1. Let me show you the result. I will refresh it, and now it looks fine. Now it's taking the 3 columns, not 4 columns. Do you see the offset of one column on the right side with the orange bar? So it is pushing the iPhone image, and the iPhone image is taking the 3 columns instead of 4 columns. Now it looks fine. And do you see the background image is fixed? Okay, in this section we wrote HTML markup for the About Us section. In the next lecture I will be adding CSS to this About Us section. See you there. Hi, welcome to the part 2 of building About Us section. In this lecture I will be adding the CSS to the About Us section. So let us get started. In the previous lecture we wrote HTML markup for the About Us section, and this was the result. It is without the CSS. In this lecture I will be adding CSS to this part. I will open the style.css. I will add comments for about us, and let us start adding CSS to the choose us wrapper. I will copy it. I think the spelling is wrong. It should be wrapper. Let me copy it again and dot wrapper. Let us add some space at the top of this wrapper using padding top with 50 pixel. And also let us add some margin top to this About iPhone image. It should be about dash iPhone, and inside that there is image. Let us add some margin top of 8 pixel. So this is the choose us wrapper. Okay, we have padding top of 50 pixel. Okay, fine. Moving forward. Okay, before I move forward I need to add some CSS for this class, and it would be in a journal section. Let us create a journal section here, like you can say of it generic CSS. I will copy this class dot. Okay, let us add padding top of 90 pixel and padding bottom of 50 pixel. It will create some space at the top and bottom of this heading. Let us add CSS to h2. Its position should be relative and the text should be aligned to center, and the color should be 333, and font size for this h2 would be 30 pixel, and font weight should be 400 pixel 400, and let us make the text transform to uppercase. Okay, let us see the result in the browser. Okay, now it is centered align, and we also have a space, the white space here also. This is white spacing, and let us apply CSS to the paragraph, and I think to paragraph, and it should be color with 333, and font size for this paragraph should be 18 pixel with line height of 28 pixel with font weight of 300, and let us align the text to center, and margin top should be 45. It will create some space. Let us see the result in the browser. Now it looks fine. Let's add some underline after this heading. We'll make use of pseudo clause after here, h2. After h2 there should be some underline. Content should be empty. Let us make the position absolute. The position of this after element would be absolute to the h2. Do you see I added position relative? So let us add bottom to -20 pixel and left of let us say 50%, and the width for this underline would be 60 pixel, and the height would be 1 pixel. Let's add some background color. Background color to 129 CF3, and margin of left should be -30. Let us see the result. Let me refresh it. Do you see this line under the about us? Let me show it to you in a Chrome developer tool. I have applied the after pseudocode, and this is the CSS for making this underline. I think it looks fine. I think I have not specified the font size for this one. The font size should be 18. For this should be 18. I think I have applied it here. The mistake is here. Okay, now let us see. Now it looks fine. Okay, moving forward to this section, I will come back to the about us section. Okay, let us add choose us title. We have a choose us title class. Let us add some CSS to this choose us title, and inside that we have h2 and paragraph. Let us apply as okay. Text decoration for this should be uppercase. Sorry, text transform, not decoration. Uppercase, and the font weight should be, let us say, 800. The font size should be 30 pixel with line height of 37 pixel, and with position relative, because we also need an underline after this. We also need to add some padding bottom after this title, padding bottom of 50 pixel. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, so this is chooses title. We have a padding bottom, the white space, and inside that we have h2. Let us add the after pseudo class h2 after, and content should be, and positions should be absolute, with bottom of -1 2 pixel, with left 0, and with width of 70 pixel, and with height of 1 pixel, and the background I think background color should be 129 CF3. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, we have very big line. Let us fix it. Instead of 1 we have 14 here. Let me fix it to 1. The height should be 1 pixel. Let us see the result again. Now still looking wrong. Let us fix it. I think we need to add some margin top for this paragraph. Let us add it. In choose as title we have a paragraph. This one paragraph. Let us add margin top of, let's say, 40 pixel, and also the font size for this should be 19 pixel, with line height of 24 pixel. Yeah, now much better. Moving forward, for choose as item, let us apply CSS to this class, and let us add position relative, and let us add some white spacing, padding bottom of 4 pixel, and padding left of 80 pixel. Okay, the reason of adding the padding left 40 pixels, so we can adjust the icon on the left side. Okay, moving forward, there is a div inside this div for the icon. Let us add CSS to this div. It should position to absolute, and top should be 0, and the left should be 0. and inside this div there is a I element for the icon. The font size for this icon should be 55 pixel, and the color should be blue. It should be 1 2 and I think 9 CF3. And let us add transition to all of 1 second, and let me copy it for other prefixes. The one is for WebKit, and this one is for Opera, and this one would be for Mozilla. Okay, let us see the result in a browser. Okay, looks fine. Now we have icon on the left side of these choose as item. Let us add some final CSS. Choose as item. There is a heading H3, I think. Yes, H3. It is H3. Let us add CSS to this heading. The color should be 343434, and the text transform should be uppercase, and the font size for this should be 20 pixel with font weight of 800. And there is also a paragraph, font weight of, there is also a paragraph inside choose as item class. Let us say the color for this paragraph, the color should be 727272 with font size of 15 pixel. Okay, now looking much better. Okay, this was about the about us section. We have applied the CSS to the about us section, so we will move forward to the next section in the next lecture. Thanks. Welcome to the part 1 of building testimonial. This is the wireframe of testimonial section. It has the image of the person and a title and paragraph and then slider. This will be the final version after adding the HTML markup and also applying the CSS. Let us get started adding HTML markup for this section. In previous videos, we added the header section and also we added the about us section. Let me show the result at this point. We have a header with background image and we have about us section. Let us add the testimonial section after the about us section. We'll start adding comment for the testimonial, and then I will add section with class testimonial, and inside that we need an overlay div, class of testimonial overlay, and inside this overlay we will write Bootstrap framework container class, and inside the container we need a row which will be with class row, and inside the row we need a column of 12 MD, like class and column medium 12, and inside that we will write markup of testimonial. Before I add further HTML markup, I need to explain what I am going to add in this 12 column grid. We will need a component from Bootstrap framework which is carousel. We will be using this carousel, you can see, for testimonials. So we already have a carousel in our Bootstrap framework. We can take advantage of this, and this is the HTML markup for writing it. Let us write it. I will start adding the div class with class carousel slide, exactly like this. Let me copy it, this one, and I will exactly paste it here so we don't make the mistake. And inside this div we need to add some indicators. And order list with class of carousel indicator. Let me copy it all. Let me copy all of the ordered list here, and then I will apply it here. So these would be the indicators, like these whole circles, and let us say the target element would be carousel testimonial, and this will be also the ID for this div. Let me also replace carousel testimonial data target for slide 2 and for slide 3. Okay, moving forward. Now let us add wrapper for slides. Inside that we have a div with class carousel inner. Let us add the first item, first testimonial, and a div for this with class item. Let us say the first will be active and with text center, and the image of person would be images. Let us say client first and with alt testimonial, and after that I think we also need a class with center block. It will center align the image. This is the class from the Bootstrap. Okay, moving forward, let us add div with class of testimonial caption. This will be the description of the testimonial, like h2 will be used for the name, and let us say h4 with span inside it will be used for like senior for designation, and with comma I will say the company name. Let us add some dummy content. I will open the dummy content file and will copy it from here and will paste it here. Okay, let us copy this item 1 HTML markup for the rest of the 2. This will become 2, and I will remove the active state, and this will become client 2, and the name for this would be roles poll, and with designation marketing manager with company of Risco. And the same way I will paste it for the third, and the client will be third, and this time let us change the name to Jimso, and designation of assistant manager with the company name. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, now it is showing the 2 testimonials, and the third one is coming like this way. I think we need to add the CSS and it will fix this. Okay, we have carousel inner. Inside that we have item 1, and the item 1 is with the active state, and inside that we have item 2 and we have item 3. Also remove the active state from the item 3. Let us see the result again in the browser. Okay, there are white circles. We will apply CSS to these indicators in the next video. Do you see? Now we have our testimonials, and in the next video I will be adding CSS to this testimonial section. See you there. Welcome to the part 1 of building navigation. In this video I will start building the navigation for this web page. We will be using the navigation bar component from the Bootstrap, get Bootstrap, and you can see this navigation bar. This navigation bar has a lot of things like drop down, like search button, but we don't need this. Our navigation bar is very simple. So these are the classes and the elements for the navigation bar from Bootstrap. Let me copy it and paste it in the header section. Exactly right after the header element. Let us add the comments for it first. There is a lot of unnecessary elements like the search bar, like the drop bar. Let me remove the unnecessary elements. Okay, the first element is nav. We need it with the class of nav and nav bar default, and we also want to add a nav bar with fixed top. Our menu will be fixed at the top, and our container is not fluid, it is only container. Okay, this div will act as a button. We also need it. Okay, let us say the target is Loso. I will rename it to Loso, and I will keep it. And in the brand section, let me create some space so you can understand it. I will indent it properly. Okay, in the brand section we have a small size logo, like small size logo. Just add it image source with logo, not this one. I think we don't have this logo. Let me check it first. This is the logo we need. Let me copy it and paste it inside images. I think we missed it in the beginning of moving the content, so we need this small size logo. Okay, and alt for that would be logo. Okay, moving forward, and at this stage we only need this unordered list. I will delete the rest of the elements. We don't need these. Okay, so we need a collapse, navbar collapse with ID. It is Loso now. Loso navbar collapse -1, Loso navbar collapse -1, and inside that we have a navbar and navbar, and the navbar should move towards, navbar should be right aligned. And I think we also don't need these elements too. We just need we only need list item inside navbar. That's it we need. And the first element is home, and we also need, let me remove these, and we also need to add a class to this anchor element with class of nav item. This is a class from the Bootstrap. I will copy it and paste it several times, and second is about, third is features, and then we have screen section, and then download, and the last one is contact. So we will have these menu items at the top with the navbar fixed. Let us also add IDs, like the header will act like home. Let us add home here too. So when the user click on the home, user will be taken to the header element, and after header we have about. Let us add ID of about, and let us add ID to features section, features, and also to screens, and also to download, and at the last also to contact. And at the bottom we also have a footer, and there is a scroll top. I will add home to this. Let us modify the navigation for these also. When clicked on, it will be taken to the home element, and it will be about, and it will be features, and this will be screens, and this will be download, and this last one will be contact. Okay, now we have a nav element. Inside the nav element we have a container. Inside the container we have two important things. The one is navbar header, and it contains a button and a brand. In the brand we have a small logo, and the button is for the responsive layout. When the screen size is small, then this menu will become a button of icon bars. So second important wrapper is collapse, navbar collapse, and this is the main menu with home, about, features, screens, contact, download, and contact, and their corresponding IDs. This is the way when the home anchor tag will be clicked, it will be taken to the home ID, and when the about will be clicked, it will be taken to the about ID, and the same way for the other features, screens, download, and contact. Let us see the result at this stage in a browser. Okay, we have our menu there. This is a small logo. This is the small logo. If I resize it, these are the icon bars. Do you see? And it is also working fine. Even I have not added the CSS to it. Like, it will take you to the about section, it will take you to the feature section, and it will take you to the screen section, download, and contact. Everything looks fine. And at the bottom we have this button. It will take you to the header section. Let us add some CSS to this navbar. I will add the navigation in the header section near to the header CSS, like here. Okay, I have a navbar of default. Let us add CSS to this part. Let us add the background color transparent with border color of 444 and with Z index to 1110. Let us add some transition to all of 1 second. Okay, now we have the background with transparent, and the reason I added the transition because we will need some change at the letter point. Okay, moving forward, after that we need to add CSS to the anchor elements of each. Inside the navbar dash default we have a nav bar dash nav, and after inside the immediate list item is, and then there is immediate anchor tag. Navbar and navbar dash nav, navbar dash nav, this one navbar dash nav, and inside that we have these anchors. This greater than sign is used for the immediate element, like in the nav bar this is immediate list item. These are all immediate list items. Let us add CSS to this. The color of this should be B5, B5, B5. Let us add the font family railway and sans serif, and let's also add transition to the anchor tag too, and let us add the hover and focus state. The color should be 129 CF3, and on the focus state copy it, paste it. The color should be, I think this one. We have a navbar brand, then let me copy this class. This also need a CSS, and let us add some padding to it of 9 pixel and 15 pixel. Okay, you see our state. Okay, we now have the CSS. Basically we are writing the CSS from the Bootstrap. Okay, moving forward, I also have a nav bar brand, and inside it I have a small image. Let's add some transition to this also. And It is looking fine. Okay. Let us add some more complex CSS, like for nav bar default nav bar nav. Let me copy it if I don't any mistake, and the immediate active anchor tag, and also I need the hover state for this, for the active focus. Let us say the background color for that should be transparent. And the color should be 129 CF3. Okay, this is the active one. The menu bar is taking the shape. Almost looking fine. We will need to add some custom JavaScript, so I will continue in the next video. See you in next video. Welcome to the part 2 of building navigation section. In this video I will be adding some custom JavaScript to the navigation section. So let us start adding some custom JavaScript to navigation. To add a custom JavaScript, I need to add a custom.js file inside JS folder, like custom.js. We can add any custom JavaScript and jQuery inside custom.js. You can name it any. It is not necessary to name it custom.js. Okay, let me link it inside the index.html, like script JavaScript and custom.js. Okay, let's add some custom JavaScript and jQuery inside custom.js. This is the result of navbar. I want to make it invisible at pixel 81 user scrolls. So let us add some custom JavaScript to show and hide the navigation bar. Show and hide menu, and for that I will use document.ready function. Document.ready function. This is the function I explained in jQuery section. Function, and inside that I will use strict mode of JavaScript, so it will follow the JavaScript standards. And inside that I will access the window object, and on scroll we need to access some point, but before I do it I also need to add use strict mode inside this. And if window object on scroll top is less than 80 pixel, the menu bar should become invisible. And to make it invisible I need to add some custom JavaScript to add CSS, like we need to hide the navbar. So in header section we have a class with navbar, and I will access the navbar like .navbar and .css. I will add the margin top of this element to -100 pixel. This is the negative margin which will make the menu bar invisible, and with opacity of 0. And if this scroll top function will return vertical scroll bar position for the window, and if it is less than 80 it should apply this CSS to the navbar. If it is greater than 80 then else it should apply some other CSS. It should make it visible, like margin top should be 0 and the opacity should be 1. Let us see the result in the browser. I will refresh it, and now you see when the user scrolls and at pixel 80 it becomes invisible, but if the vertical position is greater than 80 pixel the menu bar becomes visible. Let us add some more CSS. Like you can see at this point we cannot see properly the menu bar, and for that we have a class added with navbar default. I think navbar default. Let's add some CSS to the navbar default at some scrolling point. Okay, we have a class of navbar default. We will target this specific class of Bootstrap, and let us access it in JavaScript like this way, and CSS. I will add background. Right now it is transparent. The navbar default background color is transparent. Let us add some background. Let us say the background should be RGB with 59, 59, 59, and with alpha value of transparency with 0. The reason I am adding the transparency 0 because when the scroll position is less than 80 it should become invisible. Therefore I added the transparency at 0. Let us add this CSS to the else section. In the else section the transparency should become 0.7. And let's add some border color to the navbar default. It should be this. Let us see the result in a browser. I'll refresh it. Now see, it is not getting, it looks like there is some problem. No, everything looks fine. It looks like there is some problem. The background, okay, it is background color, not back color. It is background color. Let us see the result again. Okay, now it looks fine. Do you see this background color and with border? So the purpose of this script is to make the menu bar visible and invisible at pixel 80 when user scrolls. So now there is a transparent background, so user can easily see the background. Okay, let's add some more CSS. Like for example, we have a neighbor brand, and inside that we have an image. Okay, we have some padding around it. Okay, let us add some CSS to the neighbor brand element, and for that I have to add some height. Height of 35 pixel, and let us remove the top padding. Padding top of 0 pixel, and let us add CSS to these anchor elements. And for that I need to access nav for nav. It will go in the else statement when it is visible. Dot nav or nav, inside that there is list item, and inside that there is anchor element. And let us add some CSS to this. And we need to add just the padding. Should be 15 pixel. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, there is a padding of 15 pixel. This is what I wanted. And there is also a height of 35 pixel with padding top 0. So now you can see at position 80 the menu bar becomes invisible, and it becomes visible at greater position of 80. Looks fine. Okay, moving forward, let's add some smooth scrolling to this menu bar, and for that I will make use of this script. You can access it using this scroll bar, this URL. I have added this URL in the resources file, so you can see the smooth scrolling. Let me show it to you. Let's add this smooth scrolling to this menu bar. I will go to back. I will copy inside this code, and I will write it inside the document.ready function. Let us add some new document.ready function. Add smooth scrolling. I will use strict mode, and inside that I will paste this code. So we need to add the smooth scrolling to the nav item, and we need to access it like .nav item. I will save it and let us see the result. Now let me show it to you. If I go to the feature section, do you see the smooth scrolling? If I go back to the about section and contact section, this is all because of this newly added script. So it is good practice to make use of already available scripts, and we also need to add smooth scrolling to this button. Let us do it. For that I need to add an ID to the footer element. In the footer container here I will add ID scroll to top. Let us also add this ID in the selector, and this is the way to add an ID in the jQuery selector. Refresh. Do you see the smooth scrolling? So in this video we added two types of script. The first one is to hide and show the menu bar at some certain point, and the second script is to make the navigation bar smooth scrolling. So that's it for this video. I will continue with the next video. Thanks. Welcome back. In this video I will be adding some more JavaScript to the navigation section. In this video I will be adding some JavaScript to make the menu item active on click event. For example, if I click on screen, it brings the user to the screen section, but the screen menu item is not active. Let us make it active on the user click event. Active menu item on click. Document.ready function. Inside that I will add use strict mode, and I need to access the menu item like nav bar nav, and inside that there is a list item, and inside that there is an anchor tag. When this anchor tag is clicked, it should add an active class to the list item. And if you remember, I added the active class CSS in the style.css, and this CSS will be applied when the user click on any nav item. So I need to access nav bar dash nav, and inside that I have a list item and then anchor tag. Let me confirm it. Nav bar. Let me copy it from here and then paste it here so I don't make any mistake. Dot parent. It will access the parent element, but I think I forget to add the on click event. On click event. When the user click on anchor tag, which is inside the list item of navbar dash nav, I will also use strict mode inside this, and I need to add and remove some CSS from the parent element. The parent element of anchor tag is list element, so here we are targeting the list element. Parent element, remove class, and if the active class is already added with the anchor element, with the list element, with the anchor element parent element which is list item, it should remove the active class. This line of code remove the active class from any list item which is the parent of anchor element inside the navbar, and it will apply the active class to the current this dot parent dot add class. Add class of active. Let me show the result of this JavaScript in the browser. I will refresh it, and now you will see, okay, when I click on the feature section, now you can see the feature menu item is active, and if I click on the contact menu item, you can see the contact menu item is active. You can see the list item, the parent element of anchor tag, is getting the active class. And this is the CSS we applied in the style.css. So now you can see if you click on any menu item, you get the menu item active. Okay, let us add some more JavaScript. On the scroll, if you see the menu item is not active. If I want to make the menu item active on the scroll, for example, if a user is on a feature section, the menu item feature should be active. Let us add JavaScript for this. Highlight menu item on scroll. I will add document dot ready function. And inside that I will use strict mode, and on window object, and on scroll I will add a function. And inside that again I will use strict mode, and I will target each section, like this about section, the features, testimonial, purchase now section, all of the section, and it will loop through each section. Inside that I will access the ID attribute of each section. For example, this dot attribute, and I will access the ID attribute. Like the ID attribute is about, screens, features, download, and contact. So it will return like something about, contact, download. Okay. Let us also get the outer height of current element. This is the outer height. The outer height returns the height including the padding and border. You can see this is the outer height function. It will return the outer height of current section which include padding and border. Let us add one another variable greater top, and this will return offset and with top position. This offset will return the it will retrieve the current position and then will get the top position of the current each section. Let us subtract some pixels like 50 pixels. This will allow to retrieve the current position using the offset functions, and then we will get the top position with subtraction of 70 pixel. Now if window dot scroll top is greater than grade top and window dot scroll top is less than greater top plus height. It should add some CSS. The scroll top function will return the vertical scroll bar position of the window if this is greater than to the grade top, which is the offset, which is the current position of the each section with subtraction of -70, which is if it is greater than n if the window dot scroll top is less than with greater top plus height. I will access the current section like dot navbar dash nav. Inside that there is a list item and there is an anchor tag inside list item, and we need to filter the anchor tag like a href and I need to add the bb variable plus closing brackets. It is not dot, it is plus. Okay. I think it should be this and this. So let me explain it what it will return. It will look like, for example, if I replace this, and it will look, if the user is on the about section, it will look like this: about so it will access the current section. If the user is on the about, the bb will be replaced with the about, and if the user is on the download or the contact section, it will be replaced with the contact or the download sections. So let us access the parent element of current section with parent function. Dot add class. This add class will add class of active, and in else we need to remove if this statements becomes false, then we need to remove the active class. Remove class. Let me save it and let us see the result in the browser. I will refresh it, and if a user scroll, do you see if the user is on the about section, the about menu item becomes active, and if the user is on the feature section, the feature menu item become active, and the same way for the screens and download and contact. And the click event is also working. Everything looks fine. Okay, that's it for the menu bar. I think we are done with the menu bar. I will see you in the next video. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I will add some auto padding to the header section using JavaScript. This is the header section. It needs some padding at the top and at the bottom, and we will add this auto padding based on the window screen using JavaScript. So let us add it. I will continue with the custom.js file, add auto padding to header. I will add the use strict mode, and I will make use of set interval function method of JavaScript. And inside that again I will use strict mode, and let us get the height of the window height, window object dot height. It will return the height of the browser window. Let us get the container height, and for that I think we need to add a container header container class. We need to add a class of header container so we can get the height of this container using this class. Dot header container, and we'll get the height of this container. And let us get some padding with subtraction of window height minus container height. It will return the padding based on the window's height, and we need to add padding to this element dot CSS, and let us add padding top. We will do some math here, dot round, and the pad top should be divided to 2 so we can get the equal space, and we will do the same for padding bottom. Let me show the result of this JavaScript in a browser but before that I need to add the millisecond. Let us say the 10 is the smallest amount of millisecond. I'll save it, I'll refresh it, and let me show it to you okay, now it is applying the padding top and padding bottom. Let me maximize it and show it to you. Now you can see there is auto padding top and padding bottom. Using the JavaScript, you can see padding top, equal padding is applied to the top and at the bottom. Okay, now it looks fine. So that's it for auto padding to the header section. See you in the next video. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. In this video I will add jQuery carousel to screen section. This is screen section. We need to add some jQuery effects to these images, and for that we will take help of the BX slider. We'll be adding a slider library which is BX slider. It is very easy to use library. It requires the jQuery library, and then we need to add the BX slider library and then some style CSS of the BX slider. And this is the way of HTML for the BX slider, and just a little bit of JavaScript or jQuery need to be added to make it working. You can go through its different examples like this one. It have a lot of examples. You can go through each of them, and it has different options like for slide width and maximum slides, auto start, and much more. So let us start adding this BX slider to the screen section, and for that we need to download it from the home page. Here is the download button. This is a zip file I ended up with the jQuery BX slider. Let me extract it, and I need the jQuery.bx slider.css file, and the second one is jQuery.bx.js file. Let us add the minimized version of the BX slider. So we will copy this one and this one. These two files we need to add to the Loso project. I will copy it and I will paste it to the Loso project. I will leave the jQuery.bx slider.min.js in the JS folder, and I will move the jQuery.bx slider.css to the CSS file. I already have it. Let me paste it again so you can see. Let us link these two files, the jQuery.bx slider.css and jQuery.bx slider.min.js to the Loso project. I will add the style file of the BX slider first. Let me rename it. I'm sorry about that. I think I need to add the style sheet here. And then type text.css, and here I need to paste the link of the file. I was wondering why the brackets editor is not picking the URL of the bx slider. So here it is. Yes, here it is now. Save it, and then I will move down to the index.html file, and here I will add bx slider js and script src source and js dash, and here is jquery.bxslider.min.js file. So now I have added the both files, the JavaScript file and the CSS file. At this point we need to modify the HTML markup for the bx slider. Like you can see, it requires nothing. It's a very simple HTML markup for the bx slider. So let us fix it. I will move to the slider section. Here it is. So let us add some Bootstrap classes. We don't need carousel class now. Let me replace it with container, and inside that we need a row of Bootstrap. Let me move the closing tag of the row here. Okay, so now we have a container for the slider, and inside the container we have a row, and inside that let us add one more div class, and we will name it class bx slider. Let me end it here. Okay, let me make the indentation properly. Okay, fine. So now we have a bx slider class, and inside that we have multiple images. We also need to remove some other classes from here, like for example, we don't need this div anymore, so let us keep it, or we can remove it. Let us keep the image in a single div, in a simple div. I will also remove this one too, and the same way we don't need this class, but we will keep the div. In case we need any class for this single item, we can add any class to it. I think let us keep it. Let us keep the item class. Okay, I will remove the custom width and height of the images. We don't need it anymore, and I will also delete this one too. The same way for the rest of the images. We just need simple HTML markup. Okay, we are good to go. Let us create some spaces between these divs so we can see each of the div clearly. Okay, we are good to go with the HTML markup. Let us add some custom JavaScript like it is shown in the documentation to make it working. Document.ready function. Inside that I will access the bx slider class. Bx, and then I will access the slider. Inside that I will start adding the options for the bx slider. We need to add some fixed width, minimum width you can say. I will keep the minimum width of this to 292.5. Then I will make it auto true, and minimum slide 1 and maximum slides can be 3, and the slide margin, the margin between the slides would be 50 pixel. Okay, we are done with the JavaScript. Let us see the result in the browser. Okay, now it looks like working. Do you see? We have these controls and it is working properly. It is also making the images responsive for the small screen sizes. Let us fix some CSS, some stylings. We don't need these borders around it, and these borders are because of the bx slider CSS. Let me show it to you. bx slider, and here is the container, then row, and then bx slider. Do you see? These CSS are because of the jQuery.bxslider.css, and we also have two errors. These errors are bxloader.gif. We don't have these, we didn't copy these GIF files, and the reason is that we don't need these GIF files. Let us fix these issues and also to remove the border and make some adjustment to this bx slider inside jQuery.bxslider.css. Let us first fix the controls. So we don't need bx dash slider and controls.png. Okay, this is jQuery.bxslider.css file. Let me comment it out, the GIF file, and we also don't need this controls.png file. In the same way, I don't need this too, and these are the shadows which are making the borders. I think we don't need this too. Okay, I need to comment it properly, partially, because there is also a comment between that. Let me save it and let us see the result in the browser. I will refresh it. Okay, the errors are gone and also the border is also gone. Let us make these buttons or controls blue so it can be matching with these blue colors, and for that I think I have figured it out already. Let me comment this line out. Let us add border of 1 pixel solid with color of 129 CF3, and also let us add the background color here too, 129 CF3. Let us save it and see the result. Okay, it looks much better now. So this was all about the screen section, and in this video we have added the responsive BX slider to the Loso project, and it is working great. You can see it on the small screen sizes. If I go to the screens, it is responsive. So it was about the screen section. We have fixed the screen section by adding the BX slider. So I will see you in the next video. Thanks. In this video I will add jQuery counter to the counter section. This is the counter section and we have 4 counters, like for downloads, for rewards, likes and recommended. And to add a counter to this section we need to add a very lightweighted jQuery plugin which is called counter up. You can see the demo on this link. I have added this link in the resource file. You can check them. Do you see these counters? This jQuery plugin also requires one another jQuery library which is waypoints. It will help to count the values on scroll. So we need both of these jQuery libraries. The one is the counter up and the second one is waypoints. It is very easy to use. You can check for the options, like for delay. This delay is for 10 milliseconds per number count up, and the time is the total duration of count up animation. Let us download these 2 jQuery libraries and add it to the Loso project. To download the counter up library, I will download the minimized version, jQuery.counterup.minimized version. I will click on the raw button and then I will save this on the desktop of my system. Okay, jQuery.counterup.min.js is on my desktop. Let us download this one too. This is the waypoints, and I will visit the library and then I will download jQuery.waypoints.min.js. I will click on raw button and I will save it on my desktop. Now let us move these 2 files to the Loso project. I will copy it and I will paste it exactly here. Let us add these 2 files, JavaScript files for the counters, in the index.html file. I will open up the brackets editor. So now I need to add these 2 new counter jQuery library to index.html file. And the second one is the counter library, jQuery counter up.min.js. So now we have added these two libraries. Let us modify the HTML for counter section. Okay, here is the counter section. We already have a class with name of counter number, and each value has a counter number class. We already added this, so it will be helpful to access this element in JavaScript file. Let us apply the counter library to this counter-num class, and if you visit the counter up library page, it has given some code to us like this one. Let me copy it, and I will visit the custom.js file, and I will add document .ready function. It will go inside the document.ready function. And I will paste it here. So our class is counter.-num. So I will replace this class with counter-num, and I will add the time, which is the total duration of the count up animation. I will increase it with 2000. Let us see the result of these libraries in a browser. Do you see? Now it is working perfectly. If I refresh it, and if a user go down, do you see all of these counters are working perfectly because of these two libraries. It was very easy. So this is the reason the jQuery has made the life very easy for the developers, because there are a lot of several jQuery library available for free, and you can add them easily to your projects to make it working. So now our counters are working perfectly, and we are done with this video. Thanks. See you in next video. Hi, welcome back. I will continue adding some more jQuery effects to the Loso project. In this video, I will be adding animation to the different section of the Loso index.html file. Let us do it. Okay, this is the index.html file of the Loso. We need to add some animations like to these buttons, download, take a tour, and also to why choose us, and also to the testimonials, features, purchase now. So I think we need to add animation to the each section, and to add the animation we will add anime.css library to our project. It has a very great functions, like you can see it gives you different options for the animations. It is a very great library. You see, you can play around with its options. Along with this anime.css, we will use the Vue.js library. It is a very lightweighted library, and it will help to reveal the animation on scroll. Reveal animation when you scroll, and very animate.css friend. So do you see when I am scrolling, all of the animations are working perfectly? So we need the animation to be performed on this page while the user scrolls. So therefore we need both of these libraries. So let us download these libraries. I will first download the animate.css file, and then I will download Vue.js file. I have added both of these links to the resource files. You can check them. So download the Vue.js file. I will move to the dist folder, and I will download the minimized version of this library. Let's download the Vue.min.js file. I will click on the raw and I will save it on the desktop. Okay, let us move these two files, animate.css and vue.min.js, to the Loso project, and I will move the animate.cs file to the css file. I will rename it to animate.css, and I will move this to JS file. Let us add both of these libraries to the index.html file. This is the index.html file. Let us add the animate.js file. Let us move this above the style.css to avoid any mistakes, and I will add the vue.js file at the bottom of index.html file. Okay, now we have added both of the libraries, and at this point we need to add some classes which are from animate.css and which is from vue.js file to the multiple sections. I will start adding these classes to the header elements, and in the header section we need to add animation to these buttons. Let me show it to you. Home. Let's add some animation to these buttons. Before I add classes to the elements, we need to initialize the vue.js object to make it working. So I will add some custom JavaScript or jQuery to the custom.js file. Document.ready function. Okay, let us check the documentation for vue.js file, how to use. Okay, we have added the animate.css file already, and we have already added the vue.min.js file, and we just need to initialize this object. and I will paste it exactly here, not this one. I will also use a strict mode for this options too. Okay, so now we have initialized the Vue.js file, and we have also added the libraries. Let us add the classes of animate.css and Vue.js file to the elements where we want the animation, and we'll start with the buttons. Like these are the two buttons in the header section. Let us add animation to these two buttons. It is very easy to add animation to these two buttons. Like, we just need to add one class from the Vue.js like Vue and one class from the animate.js. So let us add it. We will add it after these classes like Vue, and then we need to fade in left class, and for the taker tour class we will add Vue from the Vue.jQuery, and it will fade in right. This is a class from animate.css file. It needs to be inside the classes. Okay, now it is good. Let us see the result of these two classes in the browser. I'll refresh it. Do you see? Fade in left and fade in right. This is just because of adding these two classes. Vue fade in left and Vue fade in right. This class Vue belongs to Vue.js file, and fade in left and fade in right belongs to animate.css file. It is very easy now to add. Hi, in this video I will make the web page perfect for responsive layout. We are already using a Bootstrap framework which is responsive, and we are using the grid system of the Bootstrap frame system. But there are still few things to be adjusted for the responsive layout. We will use CSS3 media queries to make some custom tweaks for the responsive layout. Media queries are simply filters that can change style of any web page based on the width of the device rendering the content. The device can be iPhone, can be iPad, can be desktop system, can be any white screen. W3 Schools is a very great resource for web development, and it has some very great definition for the media queries. Like, it is a CSS3 technique, and it uses the media rule to include a block of CSS properties only if a certain condition is true. And for example, media only screen, and if the maximum width is 500 pixels, then this CSS style rule should apply. So we will add some custom CSS or media queries to the Loso project, and for that we will need to add the breakpoints. Like, breakpoints are, these are the breakpoints you can see. So we will be adding some breakpoint like this to the Loso project. Like, this is for the mobile devices and also for the tablet. So you can go through this website for the media queries, and it has some great examples, and you can get familiar with media queries. Okay, let me show you the issues we have at this point with the responsive layout. I will click on this live preview. You can see this in the brackets editor, and it will open the Loso index.html like it is on a local host. You see? Okay, let me copy this and paste it to the same window we are already using. Okay, let me show you the issues of the responsive layout we currently have. As I mentioned that I'm already using the Bootstrap framework, which is already taking the responsibility of the responsive layout. You can see this, but there are still few things needs to be adjusted. Like you can see on the header, we need to text center align the headings, and we also need to center align these buttons, and we also need to hide this big iPhone image on the header section for the small devices. Okay, before I do that, I have to introduce this online responsinator tool. I have added this link to the resource file. This is an online tool for checking the responsive website. I'll copy this link and paste it here. It will show you different versions of your project. Like you can see, this is the iPhone 5 portrait version, width of 320 pixel, and there are few things which are not looking good on this screen size. Do you see? So we need to fix it using the custom media queries. So this is the iPhone 5 landscape version. It is a very great tool. So it also has a version for the iPad. This is the iPad version. Do you see? On the iPad, the Loso web page is not looking fine. So there are still few things need to be adjusted using the media queries. So let us do it. For that, I need to create a new file with name of responsive.css. Let me add this in the index.html file. Style sheet with type of text, and href will be css and responsive.css. So let us start add the breakpoints. Like I mentioned, you will need some breakpoints for the iPhone, for the iPad, and for the desktop, and for the wide screens. But before I add the breakpoints of the media queries, we need to add some Bootstrap responsive classes to the images tag. Okay, let us add not to this one. I think I need to search for them. It is for about iPhone. Okay, let us add Bootstrap responsive class to this image, which is class img-responsive. It will take care of this image for the responsive layout. Let me copy these two and I will look for iPhone-02. Let us add here to img responsive, and I will look for the third one, which is download dash screen. I will add image responsive class to this image too. Okay, so now we have applied some already available classes from the Bootstrap framework. Now let us move to add some breakpoints to the responsive.css. I will start writing the breakpoint for the small devices. and it will be at media only screen, and the maximum width would be 767 pixel, and the custom CSS at this point will go inside this, and let us replicate it for the small devices and tablets. And for that it will be 768. Let us add some more breakpoints like medium devices, like desktop. It will be minimum, the minimum width should be 992. It is also the breakpoint which Bootstrap is already using. These are the breakpoints which the Bootstraps are using. Okay, so let us add another breakpoint which is for large devices and wide screens, and the minimum width for that will be 1200 pixel. So these are the breakpoints. As I mentioned before, we are already using a Bootstrap framework, and the grid system of the Bootstrap framework is taking the responsibility of the Loso responsive layout, but there are still few things which needs to be fixed, like I show you using this responsinator tool, and these will be fixed using custom media queries. So these are the custom media queries, and we will add CSS to these breakpoints, and these CSS will be applied at some certain widths, like for the small devices the CSS inside this will be applied, and for the small devices including the tablets, CSS inside these breakpoints will be applied, and for the desktop and the wide screens the CSS will be applied when the screen size changes. Okay, let us start adding custom CSS to these custom media queries. So if you look at this point, let me minimize it, zoom in. Do you see the nav bar is not looking fine? Let us fix it. So we are dealing with the small devices, so we need to add the CSS here, so which will be our right for the small devices. And if you look inside this, in the header section, we have a class with navbar default. Let me copy it and paste it here, like dot default, and I will add the CSS. Let us change the background color and also the border color for this navbar default. The background color should become white for the small devices like on iPhone, and I will apply the important. It will force it if there is any other Bootstrap CSS applied. So, and the border color will become E6, E6 and E6. Let me save it and see the result. Okay, now do you see it has become white? Let me show it to you in the online tool. I will refresh it, and now you see the nav bar becomes white. So it will become white for all the devices which is in this range, which is in 6-7 pixel range. So now you can see now the navbar becomes white. Let's add some more CSS. You don't need this iPhone in the header if this web page is seen on the small devices, because it is looking very weird. Let us make it invisible. And I think we also need it not to be visible on the also tablet, on the iPad. So we will include it in this breakpoint, so it will include the small devices and also the tablet. And for that I think we need to check the class. Okay, it is header iPhone. We need to make it invisible on the small devices and also on the tablets. So I will copy it and paste it here. The reason I'm adding the header dash iPhone inside this breakpoint because we need it on the both on small devices and also on the tablets. Okay, let us say display none. It will become invisible. Let me refresh it. Okay, now there is no iPhone on the small devices. You can see there is no iPhone on the small devices, including the 768 width of the portrait view of the iPad. Okay, now there is no iPhone. We have make it invisible. Okay, let's fix this. We need to fix the heading and also these text in the middle, and also I think the buttons need to be fixed in the middle. So we need it to be fixed on both on 768 and also it should be on a small devices, like it is not looking good on here. So let me check the classes. The classes for that is the header text and comma, and the second is header buttons. Let us align it text align center. Now it will be applied on both small devices and also on the tablet. I will refresh it. Now you see the text is properly aligned. Also the buttons are also text aligned and it is looking very good. Now do you see the same way on other screen sizes? This is a very great tool. It almost gives you all of the devices screen sizes. Now you can see the header section is looking great. We have made the iPhone image invisible and we have made the headings and the buttons aligned to the center. Okay, let us move forward and see the other areas. It looks fine. This also looks fine. Let's make the width of this about dash iPhone image 100% to the parent row or parent container. We need to add it here, but before that I have to copy, check for the class about. It will be in about section. I think we don't need it because the image responsive already taking care of it, but let us do it just to make sure that it is working fine. Add inside that there is an image. The image should be with width of 100% to the screen size. Let us see the result. Okay, now it is looking much better. Let us see on another screen sizes. Okay, looks fine. Let us see on the tablets, because our main concern is tablet. Okay, perfect. It is looking fine now. Everything is looking fine. Okay, everything is looking fine. Perfect. I think we need to fix this purchase now. Let me check it on the iPhone. Everything perfect. Okay, let us text align center and let us create some padding top to this purchase now. Okay, purchase now. Okay, let us fix the button. Let us center align the button. Let us create some space at the top of this button, and we will add it to the responsive.css, and it will go inside this for the small devices. Let me copy the class which is purchase now, and in purchase now we have a class with column dash md-3. We will target it like this, and inside that there is column dash md-3, and it will be text align center and with padding top of, let us add 50 pixel. Let us see the result in a browser. Okay, the header section looks fine. Everything is on place. About us section looks fine, and the animation is working perfectly. The menu is working perfectly. Testimonials looks great. The features section looks great. And now the button is centered aligned, and we have added some space at the top of these buttons, so it looks fine. The screen section looks fine. Do you see we added the BX slider, responsive slider? It is working perfectly, and the counters are working perfect. Download now looking perfect. Available on looking perfect. Contact us form looking also perfect on the small devices. So everything is looking perfect on the iPhone 5 portrait view, and this is because of this breakpoint, which is maximum width with 767 pixel for small devices. So it will also look for all of these rest of the devices. You can see looks great, perfect. And this is the iPhone 6. Let us see the contact us version, looking perfect. Okay, let us see the iPad version. Okay, everything looks fine, perfect, perfect, perfect. And also this is screen size for the medium 1024. Okay, everything looks fine, great. Okay, fine. It seems that we don't need to add custom CSS to these custom media queries, so I will leave it here. So this is the way to add custom media queries to adjust the layout of a web page for the responsive layout. So I think we just need only these media queries, and now our site is perfect for the responsive layout. You can see the multiple views of the Loso project on multiple devices. There is one another tool which is Quirk Tools. It is also a very great tool. You can also check your website for responsive layout. It provides multiple screens, like you can see. It will show you if you allow scrolling. For small devices, and it also has iPad versions, like you can see. You can play around with this Quirk Tools. It is a very great tool. I have also added this link to the resource file, and it also have the small iPhones. Do you see? So that's it for the responsive layout. We are done with the responsive layout. We have added some custom media queries to add some adjustment to the Loso project. Since we are already using the Bootstrap framework, which is taking the complete responsibility, but there were still few things to be adjusted, and we make it happen using these media queries. Thanks. See you in next video. Hi, in this video I will validate the HTML markup for the Loso project. It is a good practice to validate the HTML markup of your project. So let us do it. To validate the HTML markup of the Loso project, I will use the online tool available on validator.w3.org website. I have added this link to the resource file. So it is the best tool to check the HTML markup for your project. So this is all the markup in index.html file. I will Control A, I will select all, and I will copy it, and there are multiple options. You can validate your website by the URL, and you can also upload the whole file, and you can also put the direct input here. So I will do this one, and if I look for the more options, select the HTML5, and then I will check it. Okay, here is the result. There seems only 2 warnings, which is okay. It is just a suggestion, like, so our HTML markup is good to go, and there is no such error, and it is up to the standards. So everything is fine. So the HTML markup for this project is valid, and there is no such error. So that's it for the HTML validation. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. In this video I will optimize all of the images for the Loso project. Let us do it. If you look at the images folder, we have a lot of the images, and like you can see, we have some big images. We can reduce the size of these images, and it will remain the quality of the images, and for that I will use online tool available, TinyPNG. It is a very great tool. It optimizes the images, but it doesn't decrease the quality of the image. I have also added this URL to the resource file along with some another online tools. So it is good practice to optimize the images before you go live for your project. So in this video I will optimize all of these images by using this tool. So I will click on this button, and then Loso, then images. I will select all of the images and then open, and it will start optimizing all of your images. And it also shows, like you can see, the about-font.png actual size is 200.2 KB, and now the optimized size is 57.1 KB. You see, this is the actual size and this is the optimized size, and it also shows the percentage. Okay, now Panda just saved you 55%, 2 MB of the total. So 2 MB of the total of optimization is performed by this tool. So let us download these all images. So this is the optimized zip file I ended up with. I will extract it here, and these are the optimized files. You can see let me show you the actual images and the optimized images. Like for example, if you see about dash iphone.png has a size of 55.7 KB and the actual size is 195 .kb, and if you look at testimonial-png file, the actual size for this image is 184 KB, and if you look at the optimized version, the size for this is 134 KB. So it has really optimized all of the images, but it has kept the quality of the images. It didn't disturb the quality of the images. Let me copy all of these optimized images and move it to the Loso project. I will replace all of these images. Now you can see these are the optimized images, and if I refresh the Loso project, it will increase the speed of the loading for the Loso project. So it is a good practice to optimize the size of the images before you go live. So now all of these images are optimized. So this is a very great tool available online and it is totally free. So do optimize your images for your project using optimization tools. So that's it for the images optimization. See you in next video. Thanks. Hi, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture I will be adding very basic SEO to the Loso project. SEO stands for search engine optimization. Basically it is a process of getting traffic from free, organic, editorial or natural search results on search engines. SEO really helps to ensure that a site is accessible to a search engine, and it really improves the chances that the site will be found by the search engine. So let us add very basic SEO to the Loso project. This is the index.html of Loso project, and we need very basic meta tags for SEO purposes like meta, name, description, and the content for this would be simple, clean, responsive website built with HTML5, CSS3, JS and JS, jQuery and Bootstrap. And the second tag is meta tag is with name, keywords, and the content for this would be like web design, HTML, CSS, HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, and development. These keywords will really help this website to be ranked or to be found on the search engines. So these are the two meta tags very important for the SEO purposes. The first one is then with name of description, and the second one is with the name of keyword. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you in the next video. Thanks. In this video we will do some cross-browser testing. We will test the Loso project across all the major browsers like Chrome, Safari, Opera and Internet Explorer, and also the Mozilla Firefox. So let us check the Loso project on all of these browsers. Let us check the Loso project with the Chrome browser. Since we have been developing the Loso project with the Chrome browser, but let us check it again for this video too. I'll double click it. Everything looks fine. The animation is working properly on the Chrome browser. Since we have been developing this project on the Chrome browser, so I think there will be no issue with the Chrome browser. And let me check the menu. Okay, working perfect. Okay, it is good to go with the Chrome browser. Let us check this with the Mozilla Firefox. This is the Mozilla Firefox. I think this black bar is because of the new version of the Mozilla. Let me confirm it. Okay, yes. Okay, fine. Okay, right now I'm looking the Loso project on the Mozilla Firefox and everything looks fine. Okay, perfect. So everything is perfect on Mozilla Firefox. Okay, let us check it with Opera browser. Let me select the Opera browser. Okay, this is the Opera browser and everything looks fine on Opera browser. There is no such issue with Opera browser. The responsive layout is perfect on Opera browser. Okay, perfect. Everything looks fine on Opera browser. Let us move forward and I will go ahead and I'll check it with Safari browser. Okay, this is the Safari browser. Let me refresh it. Okay, this is the view of Loso project at Safari browser and everything looks fine. Okay, counters are working and everything looks fine on Safari browser. Okay, perfect. And let us check it with Internet Explorer. I'll select the Internet Explorer 11. This is the Internet Explorer 11. I'll refresh the page and let us see the view of Loso project at Internet Explorer 11. Everything looks fine at Internet Explorer 11. Perfect. So the Loso project is also working perfectly on Internet Explorer 11. So the Loso project is working on all the major and latest browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Internet Explorer, Opera and Safari. So we are good to go for cross-browser testings and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks. Okay, well done. You did it. It was a long journey with you on this course and I hope you have learned a lot of new things and I think you get a better idea how to develop a website. Now you would be thinking what to do next. Let me show you some of the great platforms where you can find jobs related to web design and web development. Let me show it to you. The first platform is Upwork. It was formerly known as Odex. It is a very great platform. You can find some great jobs and projects related to web design and web development. I highly recommend this platform, and you must sign up for this platform, and you will find a plenty of web development and web design jobs. So I highly encourage to sign up for this platform. The second one is Freelancer. This is also a very great freelancing website, and it is almost equal to Upwork. So I will also highly recommend to sign up for this project, and you can find a lot of jobs related to web design and web development. The third one is People Per Hour, and it is also a new great resource for freelancers, and you can sign up as a freelancer, and you can look for the jobs, like you can look for the jobs for PHP, HTML, CSS, WordPress. So these are the favorite freelancing platforms, and you must sign up to each of them, or you can sign up for all of these three. And there are also other freelancing websites, but in my opinion these three are the best. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed this course, and thank you so much for taking this course. And please do leave review and feedback about this course, which will really help me to improve this course. And take care, and see you next time. Thanks.